also sponsored by Party
Hello,
League.
everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be here today. Wow, thank you already for for a gifted sub and then a resubscribe for the 2 months. Drea, fantastic. You guys are honestly so great. It's so amazing to just immediately jump in and there are people just popping off, making me drink water. Love that. I did upgrade this week. I've got a big cup now. I've got a big cup. And so I'm sure it'll last 15 minutes instead of 10. Please.
Gotta get those sips in.
Oh my God, please.
100 sips. I believe.
Sip. Damn.
Quick, give me a chart.
Joe just doesn't do the game. We all just watch him drink for
Drink
4 hours
water.
straight.
We watch him drink or we watch him drown? Because at this point,
I feel like
Yes.
this
Gonna waterboard himself.
this is almost waterboarding. I actually
Yeah,
was
say
not.
some of those sips. Just bank your sips.
keep going.
Make a little
I
tally.
like how you didn't comment that the first 5 in a row were from me.
No, Ryan, because I didn't want to dox you.
care.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Ryan, for the first 5. Deccan rules. Address
Oh,
is
shit.
5307.
Double. Not
Wallaby.
be in that. That's not yours.
Wallaby way.
Oh shit, dude. All right.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. One more sip. We're caught up. Thanks for watching, everybody. Very happy for all of you to be here. It's good to know that I have such kind friends to remind me to stay hydrated in such a friendly way. Big shout out to tonight's sponsor, Party Loot. Same as last week, the last stop shop for all of your party inventory tracking needs. Thank you, Party Loot, for the sponsorship. Let's go ahead and dive into the session, though. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I do not do the summary. Ryan, you do the summary for Crimson Court. So tell us what happened last week, because honestly, I forget and I need time to prep for the session. So take your time.
Alrighty. Session 5. What Lives in Whispers. The session opens with a flashback to about 40 years ago, with Talon returning to the capital after being gone for many years. He is greeted by his brother Edamir, and the two have an incredibly tense conversation about the future of the kingdom, as their mother is on death's door. Within the week, the queen dies and Edamir is crowned king, while Talon is crowned as Lord Paramount of House Falcrest. Jumping back to the present day, Xanthi has a fairly tense conversation with her grandmother as they travel back to the capital. Velora Astralor speaks with Xanthi and tries to pry information out of her regarding the king's hand, but Xanthi refuses to share anything. Velora makes veiled threats and implications about Xanthi's position in House Falcrest, but ultimately reminds Xanthi that she is on her side. The two do not speak for the remainder of the trip, with Velora promising to work to gain more support for Xanthi in the coming months at court. Merrick speaks to Captain Vela, apologizing for the secrecy, but wanting to make sure she knows how valuable her services have been after Rainier's departure in particular. Upon returning to the capital, the heirs and the eggs are taken to the council chambers. Each heir is questioned separately and reflects on the mission. They each pick who they believe should be the future ruler and Lord Paramount of House Falcrest, in regards to how the last mission went, at least. Things, however, become awkward as Talon concludes the meeting before speaking to Edwin. Upon the eldest speaking up, Talon suggests that he merely forgot about Edwin's report before allowing it to proceed. At the end, Talon asks if Edwin would take the throne if it was asked of him. Edwin denies it, though. After this, they all gather to discuss the future of the eggs, with many of the heirs believing that they are a danger to the realm. A vote is cast, and by one vote, the eggs are decided to be saved and studied. Merrick also reveals that one of the eggs has spoken to him. The eggs are placed in a pocket dimension under the care of the Archmage Morgana. Solara Astralor is taking over primary study on the eggs, but everyone present in the meeting was granted unrestricted access to the eggs. Tensions remain high amongst the King's Hand as they are led to their new home in the Manor of the King's Hand, their new base of operations. They are greeted by old servants that served the crown in their youth, many of them coming out of retirement or transferring to aid the King's Hand on their new journey. Each sibling receives a request to meet with someone important to the court. That night, Edwin meets with the Spy Master, who opens up about the desire for the Church to see Edwin take the throne. They believe that he is divinely chosen and the gods' requests cannot be turned down. The Spy Master insists that Edwin will fight to claim the throne, or perhaps the Nornathi people that he helped will be slain as punishment. Edwin lashes out at the nearby building in anger after the Spy Master leaves. Later that night, 2 guards on one of the gates of the capital discuss the King's Hand and wondering how well they're doing in their missions. Both good, bad, and exaggerated stories are shared about each of the children. However, the questioning stops as a horse comes out of the trees, worn and weary, and revealing a near-dead Rainier Falcrest, with 10 severed heads strapped to the side of his horse. Rainier collapses off the horse as the guards call for help. An insignia of 3 dragon claws cut into his chest. The King's Hand are immediately summoned, trying to figure out what took place. That was a lot.
Yes,
a lot
it was.
happened last session.
But it was deeply necessary.
Indeed.
As we're going to go ahead and dive right in. Not any cutscene right at the beginning. We'll get into some of those later. We're going to dive right in to what's happening with Rainier. So, our session starts in the Grand Healing Chamber of Dragon's End. It's currently awash with an eerie blue glow. It's punctuated by these sudden flashes of blue lightning that scorch the vaulted ceilings. There's this acrid smell of ozone that mingles with the sweet incense of healing herbs and the metallic tang of blood. And on the central stone altar, Rainier Falcrest thrashes against his restraints. His bronze scales dulled with grime and blood, his chest rising and falling irregular. These pained gasps, each labored breath. It sends another arc of lightning from his mouth, illuminating the worried faces of the clerics who dart back and forth like frightened birds. Let's go ahead and move us all to the scene. Hold him steady. Wessler Weber's deep voice cuts through the chaos as he places a broad green hand on Rainier's chest, one of the 3 heads of the Church of Unity. The golden symbol embroidered on his multicolored robe shimmer as he channels another healing spell. The magic, it's being rejected. I've never seen anything like this. Lady Solara Astralor studies the severed stump where Rainier's hand once was. Her luminescent blue eyes narrow in concentration. The wound pattern, it's unnatural. Whatever did this, it wasn't just trying to kill him. Her slender fingers hover over the injury, the silver white skin catching the blue light. It's almost like it was trying to unmake a part of him. Wessler steps back, wiping the sweat from his brow. I fear traditional restoration won't be enough, Lady Astralor. Perhaps you could try artificing something. And there's another violent convulsion. Rainier's eyes fly open, and he says, "Away!" And bolts of lightning shoot from his mouth out into the ceiling, causing these black scorch marks to form on the stone. Lightning surges from his throat, and the clerics next to him duck down onto the ground, hoping to avoid any injury. And at that point, that is what all of you last hear. The doors swinging open as the Crown Claw Knights standing guard open the door for you, and Solara looks up. Thank the gods. King's Hand. And the chamber falls silent as all of you enter. You can see Merrick Solara shares a very long look with you first and foremost, but then relief at all of your siblings arriving. As all of you had been immediately shook from your beds. The banging on the doors by Master Brigsby, as well as several Crown Claw Knights demanding that you get up and head here now. So all of you are wearing whatever small bits of clothes that you could throw on. No armor, there was no time for that. Just whatever casual clothes you could throw on to get out the door as fast as possible. You can see that as you all enter, the chamber falls silent. One of the younger clerics rushes forward, desperate hope in her eyes, rushing towards all of you. My lords and ladies, our magic fails, whatever afflicts him. I don't know if... And you can see Wessler, one of the heads of the Church of Unity, like I said before, he puts a hand on her shoulder and says, "It's all right. Perhaps the reason you all were called here on top of him, well, being your uncle, we know it is not by blood, he is your family, but perhaps Perhaps as family, you might be able to make some connection to him. He seems distant, removed. It's hard to explain. You can see as he gestures back to Rainier, his scales pulse with this internal light that seems to fight against the healing magic that clerics are continuing to try and apply. Something blocks our communion with him, as if it's something else trying to speak through him. And he gestures to the claw mark on, or the 3 talons on Rainier's chest, branded there. And you see those kind of flicker with this light. Solara approaches. I can create artificial limbs for him, but we have to stabilize him. It seems his very life essence is contested. Something has a hold of his soul, maybe. I don't know. And you can see she kind of moves back to him. And you can see she grabs a couple of arcane devices and begins to move them over his chest and torso. This might help with what's happening, but I need someone he trusts to guide me, to guide him through that connection, to at least calm him down. And you can see in this moment, unsure of what exactly to do, this is a skill challenge for all of you. Outside of the mechanics that are on your sheet, you're level 2. Wessler Weber is a 10th to 12th level cleric mechanically, but his healing magic is not working on Rainier. So, pushing aside mechanics, right, for a moment, thinking about what you might be able to do to help Rainier, this is going to be a skill challenge, okay? I'm not looking for a certain number of successes necessarily. I'm more so looking for as many positive connections as possible. As with enough positive connections, with enough successes, his recovery time will be faster. However, if there are not enough successes, if there are no successes, and if they're by a very slim margin, there is a chance that Rainier will not live on this night.
Whoa.
So, it's up to you to make sure that Rainier survives in some type of way. Like I said, pushing aside mechanics, anything you can think of. And as you're trying to think of anything you can do, you can see those 3 claw marks. They're kind of like expanding, like ink in water, growing and growing. The brand staying the same, but whatever light, whatever darkness is spreading out, just keeps growing. Wessler, he looks back and looks to all of you and says, "We're running out of time. Whatever happened out there, we need something to anchor him. Whatever you can think of."
Edwin is going to kind of walk forward hastily and kind of look over the wounds, and just through his mind running through every spell that he knows that can heal somebody, every spell that he knows that he doesn't have possession of, but higher clerics have, and being told that none of this is working. He's going to kind of kneel down and quickly put his hands on Rainier's shoulders and kind of get closer to him to say, Uncle, if you can hear my voice, fight it. We're trying to heal you. Nothing is working. It's you. It's trying to steal you from us, and we need you. Please, Uncle, remember who you are, what you are. And he's going to... Is there a way to... I mean, they're bad. I'm not gonna say that. I was gonna say ascertain how bad the wounds are. They're bad.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see that wound, the talon marks are right over where his heart is. He's missing an arm. Part of his jaw is broken and cracked open. The scales removed, and his jawbone is sticking out. It's real bad.
Okay, so what I want to do is I'm gonna message you. He's gonna do. He's going to do that, and he's also going to use a channel divinity to divine spark, which increases his healing. And he's also going to cast Cure Wounds. Now, I know that it's not... I know Cure Wounds isn't actually going to work, right? But this is Edwin attempting to pour basically his life force into his uncle. And as he does, he once again kind of grabs dirt from the ground and smears it on his hands and places his hands on the wounds and says, "Do you remember the time in the courtyard where you tried to train me with a sword? Do you remember that? How insufficient I was with that weapon. I was never truly good with the blade. Which is probably best why I'm a healer now. Do you remember, Uncle?" And he's going to try to pour those divine spark, kind of also in his head, kind of praying to his god at the same time, and casting Cure Wounds.
Okay. Edwin, for what you want to do, I need you to make a sleight of hand check first. Okay. All of you see Edwin kind of fumbling through his bag for a moment, and you can tell he's trying to conceal something. As he brings his hand back out, you can see that although it's covered up partially by his sleeve and the sort of like drapings of his fabric, you can see that it looks to be a gauntlet has been put on of some kind. It's hard to identify, especially with the flashings of lightning and the eerie blue glow here. It's hard to tell, but he put something on before reaching his hand up and placing it on Rainier's chest and casting that. Edwin, as you do, there is no roll for this. This is going to be an auto success. As you cast the spell, you see Rainier attempting to convulse. Like he tries to reach up and like slash at you just with like a clawed hand, but you can see he sort of freezes for a moment and then relaxes as there is this deep breath that takes, and you can see that ink swelling begin to retract slightly. However, Edwin, you hear in your head this, and as you do, there is this repulsion. As all of you see, Edwin heals Rainier to a degree, but you see Edwin is like pushed back away from him. It almost looks like the light is emanating from Rainier's chest, maybe, or maybe from Edwin himself. You're not exactly sure, but Edwin is like flung back across the room, skittering and sliding. As Edwin, you take, just from hitting the floor as hard as you did, you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage, and Edwin, you are paralyzed. As you see him just shaking, frozen in place, his eyes darting back and forth, and Edwin, you feel this pain, like pins and needles all over your hand. As in that flash of light and Edwin being flung across the room, the gauntlet is no longer on his hand. Okay. All right. All of you see that happen to Edwin. He's like paralyzed, like eyes darting back and forth. You can see several clerics run over to Edwin, confused and very concerned about what just happened. I would say at that moment, you all do see Kaylin does return. However, it's incredibly strange. She said she was going to run back to her room, which is in the upper city, which would take some time, but she got back here incredibly quickly. Probably in the 10 minutes maybe that it took for Edwin to go make the prayer, cast the spell, and get flung across the room. She was already back in that time. way faster than what you guys got here.
Yeah, as she comes back, she has like a small, weird, like purple vial. And she's going to immediately run over to where Rainier is. For a moment, she kind of hesitates as her hand hovers above where he lost his hand, and she like instinctively reaches towards where her mage hand is at. She also is missing an arm, and it just feels odd in that moment. But she places her physical hand on his chest, and kind of uncorking that vial with her teeth, she's gonna drink that purple liquid.
Yeah.
And the moment that she does, there is this like, it's almost like that purple sludge that was in the bottle that she drank crawls over her eyes, and the irises of her eyes turn this dark, sickly purple.
Yeah. And as all of you see that happen, you can see Kaylin like freeze for a moment. Not like Edwin paralyzed, but like her body is in stasis, perfectly still. You can see as Rainier thrashes around her at this attempt to form a connection, you can see she is as still as stone. And you can see the shadows around the room kind of creep closer towards her, like daggers pointing at her. And whenever Rainier unleashes those bolts of lightning shooting up towards the roof, creating those black char marks, with every flash of lightning, the shadow that is cast by Kaylin atop her head are antlers, long, sprawling antlers, but only in the shadow on the ground, nowhere else. Kaylin, as you attempt to do something you have, if not ever, have very rarely ever tried before. The practices of the Satani, the Veil Walkers of the Zakari people. As you do, while you appear to be still, you feel nothing but, Kaylin, as you are wrapped back and forth, thrashed around in this world, this medium place. It's in between, trying to break through to this spirit realm. What I would like you to do, Kaylin, is I would like you to make a charisma check first. I'll say with advantage because of the vial.
Okay. Well, that's not a great start.
Okay. Only up from there. Well, not technically.
Yes,
but...
actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. There was one more place you could have gone below that. Yeah, so... Here.
She has no idea what she's doing. She is doing what
Yeah.
she thinks is right, but I would wager to say that Kaylin has only ever seen this done, and she's never done it herself.
And Kaylin, as you go into that realm, you hear what sounds like rain, almost like the pattering of rain and chimes. But there is this like repulsion almost. Something does not want you to be here. You should not be here right now. And as you come out of that chaos, the world around you is thin and blue and ethereal. And as you look up to where Rainier is, you can see this like disconnected form hovering above him. You can see him, Rainier, except you can see this like black undulating mass engrossing him, covering him, devouring him. But you can see just barely a hand. You can see part of his armor. You can see part of his dragonborn snout. You can see bits and pieces of him coming out of that darkness. But the starkest contrast here for Kaylin is that Rainier is not screaming in pain. He's not thrashing out. He is begging for help. Deep down, he is begging for someone to save him. But every time he goes to open his mouth to speak, those like corrupting tendrils of crimson and black, they just reach in across his face and shut his mouth so he can't speak, or reach in and try to tear his jaw from his skull. What do you do, Kaylin?
Man. I didn't think I'd get this far.
Classic.
I think this is where Kaylin starts to panic because she didn't think this would work, and she doesn't know how things work in this realm. So I think she's going to, not even like thinking about it, just like on impulse, like a gut reaction, she's going to try to Eldritch Blast that dark matter around him.
Okay. Yeah, go
That's
ahead.
probably a mistake.
Go ahead and roll for an attack.
Okay.
For fun. Let's just see what happens. "19 misses. As you bling out the Eldritch Blast, you can see that undulating like tendrils of black and red. It sort of like absorbs the Eldritch Blast. And you can see they stop moving around Rainier. They all grow still, same as you are in the material plane. And you can feel it almost look to you. This mass, no eyes, no discernible features, but you feel it looking at you. "You should not be here, Kaylin of the Zakari." What do you do, Kaylin? This was a mistake. Nah, it's going great.
She's going to say, Rainier, can you hear me? It's Kaylin, I'm here. You're just gonna ignore the thing that spoke to her.
Yeah, for a moment you hear him cry out, "Please, help! Help!"
Yeah, I'm out of things here. Kaylin's gonna look around. Is there anybody else in the vicinity in this area?
Not people. The people of the material
Yeah.
plane that were there are gone. You just see these strange, like baubles of light and essence that are swimming about and moving away. In fact, trying to avoid that black mass that currently is entangled around Rainier.
Mm-hmm. Is there a spot where Edwin, like, can I see that where he attempted to heal Rainier? Is that like visible?
Yeah, you can see, I suppose, on the other end of that healing chamber, you can see where Edwin is now, where the clerics would be trying to assist him. There is this
No. The spot on Rainier where...
Oh, the chest. Yeah, so that was that, like,
Yeah.
the 3 talons, like, sort of branded
Yeah.
in. And you can see there are what look to be, like, that's part of the area where that, like, black and red mass is sort of emanating from.
But it didn't look like his spell had any effect on that, or no? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I misunderstood. Yes, it does look like it had some effect. Like, that spreading has stopped. It has
Great.
stopped growing.
Kaylin's gonna run over and, like, put her mage hand into that.
Okay.
This might be dumb. I don't know. That's what she's doing.
No, yeah, you sort of, in the ethereal plane, you move your hand into that, and you can feel it immediately make contact with this, like scaly, squishy mass, like tumorous almost, that has bits
Can
and
I
like
pull it
hardened.
off?
Can you what?
Pull it off.
Okay, so you like in the ethereal plane, you like reach into his chest, and you attempt to pull from it. And as Kaylin is doing this, none of you can see Kaylin, but as she reaches in, you can see Rainier's body sort of contort inward. And you can see as Kaylin goes to move her hand, like Rainier's body is like drugged in that direction, not leaving the restraints, but like it's physically being moved from this influence from the this other plane. Yeah, you can see this is more of a battle of will to remove it, Kaylin, as raw strength. Go ahead and make a another charisma check.
Can I guidance myself?
Yeah, go for it.
Yes. Yeah. Hold on.
15 and I just got to click on the D4.
Sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it wasn't going, so apologies.
Okay, 17. Yeah, Kaylin, as you are trying your best to rip and grab and pull, you can feel your fingers slipping through the mass, but not before you do end up tearing a small chunk out. However, Kaylin, as you were so focused on that, you didn't notice the tendrils from that undulating mass of black and red growing behind you as it grips on to you, and you can feel those scaly tendrils, almost like dragon tails, gripping around you incredibly quickly. And as they whip you away, Kaylin, you are also in that moment shunted away from Rainier's body, flung halfway across the healing chamber. As Kaylin, you will also take 4 points of bludgeoning damage, slamming into the wall halfway across the room. But you can see that a lot of the light emanating from Rainier's chest, like under his scales, emanating from that glow, is starting to die down a bit. Rainier still crying out in pain, flashes of lightning, but it seems as though, Kaylin, whatever you tried to do was at least partially successful.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as she hits the ground, her eyes kind of go back to normal, and I think she's kind of shunted out of the trance that she was in. While Edwin's paralyzed. She's just also on the ground.
Okay. What else?
Yeah, so Via, I think what she would try to do is she would remember that time that she got those visions from Isadora and Poppy.
Mm-hmm.
And so after seeing what just happened to Kaylin and Edwin, I think she wants to see if she can tap into that again, and maybe have a little bit more control over it this time, and look at Rainier and just kind of try to peer into whatever information will pull, as her eyes start to swirl into that white, and then almost like a ethereal third eye opens up and around her forehead as she tries to see if she can gather what is around him.
Okay. So just to double check, are you talking about can I message you?
Yeah. Yeah, that thing.
Okay. I just wanted to double check. Okay. So, Via, as you look towards Rainier, here is what you see, and I'm going to message you for this.
Okay.
I know, so many secrets.
Secret, secret, secret.
Merrick's turn's gonna be so boring, y'all.
No, everybody's turn helps bring our uncle back.
Yeah, but I'm not like growing horns out of like shadows in the walls.
Yeah, that was really badass, Kaylin.
I didn't think it was gonna fucking work, so I appreciate it. I also don't have a third eye. Doctor Strange.
The eye of Agamotto.
Yeah.
Is that what he says?
Yeah.
Just call me Liam O'Brien.
Okay.
Okay, so sorry.
You're good.
There you go. That's what you see. Okay. You can see him. He continues to cry out in pain, continues to yell. You can see that one of the restraints ends up breaking free as towards one of the guards, or to one of the clerics, he tries to slash out at them, but you can see two of the Crown Claw Knights, they move up and they sort of grip his hand and slam it back down and bring back down these sort of like metal and leather restraints and retie it down before he's able to strike out at the cleric.
Okay. Alright. But what to do with that information now is really hard. Okay. Just follow up. Does it seem like she can interact with what she's seeing?
With these
or
things,
is
no.
it no? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Once the vision fades, she's gonna go up to Rainier. I know he's like thrashing, but she's gonna just kind of like get as close as she can so that he can hear her. And she's gonna say, Uncle, whatever that thing is, that's not you. I know you. You're the person that would carry me to bed when I would fall asleep from studying too late. You are so strong. Please, you are stronger than that vicious, vile thing that is trying to take over you. Please, hear me. That's all I got.
Okay, make a persuasion check with advantage.
Alright. Guess you got a natural 20.
Hey, all right.
Yay.
Who needs advantage? Hooray!
Yay.
Wow, you weren't
Sound.
even killing someone with that. That's crazy.
Oh, that's crazy.
What's
Balance in all
that?
things.
Oh, look at that.
I think it was advantage, right?
Yeah.
I think it
oh
was
my
a
God.
disadvantage.
Yeah,
That would
would've been
suck.
bad.
Right.
All right. Well, balance in all things, Via. But as you speak those words, you can see Rainier start to calm. You can see him start to thrash his head back and forth. His brow begins to furrow. You can see him trying to push it away. You can see him finding strength, Via. He's fighting it. He's actively fighting it now, thanks to your words.
Okay, cool. Yeah, she'll just stay there. Obviously, she's not trying to grab onto him, and she doesn't want to also end up paralyzed, but she'll stay near him and just
Okay.
kind of keep encouraging.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Xanthi, Merrick.
I guess Merrick will try here. It's
Okay.
not nothing interesting in his tool belt here, though. But yeah, he's just gonna move up, and he will attempt to take Rainier's hand into his own, even if the thrashing and even like the claws of his hand like hurt Merrick. Merrick will do everything he can to hold on for as long as he can during this process. But looking down at Rainier, he'll just say, Uncle, you need to fight through this. There's so much has happened while you were gone. We attacked a keep full of bandits. There must have been thousands of them. I fired a shot that took out 10 of them, and he will just basically retell the story of the keep, but he is going to over embellish and exaggerate the story as he feels like Rainier would appreciate. And he will just end it with an earnest plea for him to come back so that he can hear the story under better circumstances.
Yeah. Okay, Merrick. What I would like you to do, is I'd like you to make, I'll have you make a performance check with advantage here.
Okay.
Trying to retell this story, recount it in the same way that it felt like Rainier would recount his tales.
Okay. Permission to throw a guidance on top of that?
You may.
This is important? All right,
Yeah.
cool. Well, let's see if it's even worth trying. Let's see this. Stick. All right, well. Not awesome, gang, but maybe the guidance will come through. Oh, 16.
Okay.
All
Heck yeah.
right.
As you reach out, Merrick, as you speak this story, you recount the tale, you could just barely see the small beginnings of a smile at the corner of Rainier's lips. He hears you, and you can see he grits his teeth, and he tries to fight even more. He's getting close to potentially breaking free of something, maybe of whatever's trying to consume him, whatever's trying to do something to him. He's fighting back against it, and he's almost at the other end, Merrick. It seems as though your story had an effect on him.
Cool.
And then, Xanthi, anything else?
I think Xanthi, she doesn't have magic shit, and I think that's really frustrating her in this moment. Just seeing obviously the state that he is in. And so I think after kind of pausing, just like riling in her head what the hell she can even do to help here, I think she will also approach, and she's going to like try and help just like stop him from riling, even if it's like already lessened, just like try and just keep him just still calm, because obviously whatever the hell he's doing is not going to help him like get better. And so she's got to just try hold him down as best she can, realize she just doesn't have the hands for it, and so instead just changes tact and is instead just going to basically just hug him as tightly as she can, just holding him that way, in a way that's like more controlled and pressured, you know, makes it more hard for him to kind of rile in any way. And just like, you know, with like kind of her mouth to his ear, just be saying in a very measured tone, just, you are this kingdom's sentinel, you will get through this, you have gotten through so much already, you have kept this family safe for as long as you've been a part of it, and you will continue to do so, Uncle. Please. But she'll just hold him.
Okay. Xanthi, you feel something very strange in this moment as you hold Rainier. You bring yourself close to him. And you can feel, now that he's not nearly as in distress and he's gained some strength back, there's not as much thrashing out of anger or fear. It's almost as if he's trying to bring those arms up to hold you also. But there is this strange thing that happens, Xanthi, as you bury your head down into his chest. You hug him tightly as you close your eyes to do it. Instead of darkness, as you close your eyes, it's as if when you close your eyes, there is a face in front of yours, eyes directly in front of yours, staring deep into your soul. And the voice says, "How much is a soul worth? And Xanthi, as you open your eyes out of shock, still holding Rainier, you exhale, and you feel Rainier, his tension loosens. And Xanthi, no skill check necessary. You auto-succeed. As all of you see, for just a brief moment, this frost coat Rainier's body, and then immediately melts away from the heat in the room. But just this thin sheet of ice, like dew that freezes on grass in the morning, that instantly melts away. Looks more like condensation from sweat after just a moment. But, Xanthi, you have a realization. That one.
I feel very left out tonight.
Oh, don't worry, Ryan. It's coming for you, okay?
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'll just go over there.
Do you? Because if you don't want, I can wait until next session if you want.
Cut to black. Cut to black. Cut to black. Go to commercial.
Okay. All right. And with that, all of you can see Rainier. Tension loosens.
Am I still paralyzed?
And as the
Please say
tension
yes.
loosens, Edwin, it seems as though whatever paralysis was gripping hold of you relinquishes. As those inky blots that were emanating from that branding mark, they slowly recede. But you can see his chest kind of goes concave for a moment, as if he's struggling to breathe, these labored breaths. And you can hear his heart. Xanthi, you can feel it on his chest, this irregular heartbeat, taking very long moments in between. Now that something isn't trying to take him, he is dying. And you immediately step back as Waylon Weber, one of the three heads of the Church of the Unbroken, he says, "God be praised, it worked. Quick, move. And you can see he begins to channel his healing magic. You were going to do something, Edwin?
Yeah, since Edwin is not paralyzed and he sees this, he is going to run up and start helping.
Yeah.
The best he's got is he's going to, guidance him and then, just, help heal.
Yeah, of course. No, Waylon appreciates it. He says, "Thank you, Edwin, my prince." And he will continue to work. And so does Solara. You can see she looks to all of you very thankful, but she begins to work. As Solara has become rather renowned in Tomehold and in Crown's Rest, and for a lot of its area, for her melding of mechanical prosthetics, arcane materials, and organic life, trying to create these prosthetics that meld with flesh, as opposed to being separate from it. However, the first area she needs to start is an area where she has done very little work. Rainier's heart. He will not live with the heart that is currently that was corrupted and partially consumed. He would die before the sun rose. So she begins to work. As the entire time that was happening, she was tinkering with some things, some prototypes that she had, but there's no time for testing. There's no time to try something guaranteed. She has to try what may work. So after the healing is stabilized, Waylon, you can see he pulls out what looks to be a rather large diamond from his pouch. As they all sort of look to each other, him and Solara and some of the clerics. Edwin, you know what that's for. When someone dies, there is a small chance that if it happens quick enough, they might be able to be brought back. But Edwin, you see something on their faces. In fact, let me double check passive insights here. Edwin and Kaylin and Merrick. It's not hard to tell, but with a 12 or higher with passive insights, you can see on Waylon's face, this isn't a what if. It seems as though this is something they intend to do. Do the three of you say anything? As it seems as though they're going to intentionally let him fade, and you're not exactly sure why.
I think Merrick's just going to trust that the healers know what they're doing. Like, Solara doesn't look alarmed or anything, right?
She looks nervous, but, you know, she looks like she's in on it.
Yeah, I think Merrick's just going to trust the process. He doesn't know crap about, like, actual healing.
Edwin's going to say, what's the father's name? Father what?
Waylon Weber. So Father Weber.
Waylon. Father Weber. He's going to say to him and say, do you think it'll work?
In order for the transplant to be successful, there has to be no potential contamination. Solara is going to do her best to clean out the wound, remove any vestiges of corruption, place in the prosthesis, and hope that it works. She has a minute.
I trust you.
And you can see
Edwin's gonna
he's
step back.
incredibly nervous, yeah.
Kaylin, I think she's kind of still on the floor right now, to be honest with you. Just kind of like feeling the cold stone under her finger. But she looks conflicted. But she's gonna choose not to say anything, because she has to trust that they know what they're doing more than she does.
All right.
All right.
And you can see Waylon, Father Weber, his hands like shaking. As this right here is one of the greatest heroes of Adaria in the current age of the kingdom. And he sort of moves his hands back, like shaking, holding the diamond in his hand. As the rest of the clerics move their hands back, the healing magic stops. And you see Rainier's chest rise, fall, and rise, and fall, and rise, and fall. And it does not rise again. As in this moment, right now, and for the next minute, Rainier Falkrest is dead. As you can see, Solara works incredibly quickly. You can see asking for surgical instruments, for arcane tools and devices. You can see she asks a few of the other more powerful clerics for specific spells, greater restoration, lesser restoration, attempting to clean and repair the wound. This like hole on his chest, having to remove skin and scale where that brand was. And you can see at about 50 seconds, she takes the arcane device, this prosthetic, this replacement, and places it into his chest. And you can see that with a couple of small, incredibly small and sharp devices, she makes a couple of cuts. And you can see it begins to connect in certain areas. You can see this core, this glowing yellow crystal with inside this heart-shaped metal housing. And she looks up to Waylon and shakes her head, and you can see he goes to the body and will cast the spell. As he does with Revivify, there is no skill challenge, at least in our, homebrew setting. As he casts the spell, the diamond dissolves into crystalline dust as it coats the wound and seals it shut. However, now there is just this patch on his chest with bare skin, not covered by scales. And you can see that glow under his chest, that deep yellow glow. Crystal that some of you are familiar with, that you've maybe heard of or seen about, considering how used it is in Daria Ryanite, that magical crystal. It can be used as an essence of life. So, a few moments pass. Nothing seems to be happening. But after about 15 seconds, Rainier's chest slowly rises and slowly falls. The breathing slow, but returned and regular. As you can see, all of the clerics sigh and sort of cry out in exclamation that it worked. Waylon, he says, "Gods be praised, gods be praised." Oh. And you can see he goes and he checks on some of the wounds. He casts a few spells. And he kind of pauses for a moment.
Seems as though his mind is still muddied. Recovery will take some time. Whatever had a hold of him that did significant damage, the healing process will be slow. But, his ability to speak and move should hopefully return within, not knowing, we should hope no less than a month. His ability to fight, though, that I am entirely unsure about. If it ever returns. I think the thing that is most concerning is, from what I can see, whatever did this to him deeply affected his anima, his soul. That sort of immortal core that we all carry with us. Something took a part of it. It'll make the healing process take a considerable amount more time and effort on his part. But to you, heirs, to King's Hand, you were most necessary in the Sentinel's healing. So thank you all so much for coming to our aid. Gods be praised.
You said it was Father Weber, right?
Yeah.
And House Weber is a house of Veltaris, correct?
Yeah. Good job, Brian. Take an inspiration.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, dude.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Merrick will walk forward and reach out to take his hand.
Mm-hmm.
House Veltaris will not forget this kindness.
Thank you, my prince. As he shakes it also. He shakes your hand in return. He doesn't shake it.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Hey.
Was Talon in the room for all of this?
No, he was not.
Yeah.
I'd say at this point, after all of the things that all of you did, the sort of letting him fade away, the minute of working, that time, and now the cleric's beginning to heal him, I'd say that probably, you all probably arrived at around 4 a.m. and about 2 hours have passed now. And I would say as the sun begins to rise, the healing chamber, as you asked that, Kayla, the healing chamber returning to that semblance of order. You can see Rainier resting uneasy, but his breath regulated. As the first golden rays of morning light stream through the high windows, illuminating all of your exhausted faces, you all gathered around your uncle's bedside. The door swings open as Talon enters. You can see his normal regal bearing replaced by obvious concern for his brother. His clothes hastily donned and his silver-streaked hair entirely uncombed.
Oh, the gods.
Talon whispers, and you can see him rush to Rainier's bedside. His eyes dart at the covered stump where Rainier's arm should be, to the dangered jaw, now slightly stabilized, and to the strange glow emanating from his chest.
I had no idea. Gareth, he convinced me to take a sleeping drought last night. First real sleep I'd had in weeks, of course. Of course, this!
You see he places a hand gently on his brother's forehead.
How did you?
And he gestures toward Rainier.
Tell me everything. Please do not spare a single detail.
I mean, Merrick will recount exactly what happened to the best of his ability.
Okay. He listens, nods.
You all have done well, better than well. You saved his life.
You can see he turns back to Rainier, studying the chest and the wounds.
All council meetings and petitioners, they're suspended for the week. I have to be here with him. We need answers. Whatever did this to him, whatever he found out there, it threatens more than just him.
You can see the morning light catches his face now. You can see his head and waist bereft of the crown and of Dragon's Bane.
All of you, please rest. I will stay by his side. All of you have done more than enough this evening. I am very proud of all of you. And I am so very thankful to all of you for saving me when I could not be.
You can see he looks to all of you and back to Rainier and will kind of kneel by Rainier's side.
We'll give you your time, Father. And Edwin looks to the siblings. Let's go.
Yeah. Via gives Talon a hug before she leaves.
Yeah, and he hugs very, very tightly.
Yeah.
Kaylin will she'll make her way off the floor and just kind of look their direction and leave.
Anybody else doing anything before they go?
I think Xanthi would just like go past where Rainier is still lying. Just brief hand to shoulder, and just say, "Be well soon, Uncle."
can see Rainier doesn't react at all. But you like to think that he hears you. Okay, so with that, all of you depart then, right?
Yep.
Okay. So you make your way back to the manor of the King's Hand, making that slow, solemn walk. As all of you are leaving, you can see two Crown Claw Knights just outside the door, questioning two Adarian Watch soldiers. One younger man and another older man. Both of them continuing again and again to go over what they had seen. You just barely catch them recounting the tale for the final time as the older gentleman says,
And that's when we saw him. He was just on a horse. No other riders in the horse. He was painted, branded as well, with the claw marks.
You can see the younger soldier nod. Crown Claw Knights thank them for their recount and give them the rest of the day off and inform them that they'll be coming back to speak with them again tomorrow. And the two soldiers head off. But, like I said, all of you make your way back to the manor of the Hand of the King and retire for the morning just to try and catch up on a little bit of sleep. Unless there was anything anybody wanted to do before sleeping. If not, it can be handled in the morning. Or I guess in the afternoon when all of you wake up.
Edwin's not sleeping, but he is going to start writing. He'll stay in his room.
All right.
I don't think Kaylin would have went back right away. I think she would have went and tried to find Nan somewhere in the main keep.
Yeah, of course. I will say that as most of you are exiting the keep heading back, you can see those dark clouds beginning to form after the sun had just shone in the room. And after the 30-minute walk back, rain begins to fall. But Kaylin, you do find
That's thunder.
Nan. As you can see, she's just starting her duties for the morning. But you can see there's a heaviness on her. She knows what's happened. And she looks to you as you come into her small above the carry, thunder booming in the distance, and says,
Oh, sweet girl. I was so very sorry to hear about what happened to your uncle. I hear he's doing better now, correct?
He's sleeping. Or whatever that is. I don't think it's restful, but he's alive, and that's what's important right now.
Exactly. Very important. Well,
I have a question.
of course.
She's gonna take her hands. Are there things in this world or any other that can take a soul away from someone? I saw something, and I am no Veil Walker, and I don't even know if what I did was right. But it looked like something was devouring him from the other side. What kind of creature does that?
Sadly, my dear, there are many.
Many in this wide world and far beyond ours that consume any one. The tripartite essence. Demons, devils, necromancers, even Fae will take a part of your essence and try and bend it to their will or do something with it. Too many times I've seen strong young men and women like yourself. They make a deal. They bargain with those forces, or it's stolen from them. It is unfortunate, to say the least.
But Rainier wouldn't do that. He would never make a deal with the devil, or... He wouldn't do that.
I would like to think he wouldn't. He is such a strong, proud, righteous man. But I think even the most strong men can succumb to weakness once. And that's all it takes. Is one time, one mistake. And that's all they need to get you in their devil's snare.
I don't know. This felt different, though. But I can't explain it. It knew my name.
What knew your name?
Whatever was trying to hurt Rainier. It spoke to me. It told me I shouldn't be there. What is that?
And you said you drank concoction. The Veilwalkers drink.
Well, I made what I thought was right. And I've been holding on to it for a long time, just in case, and
No.
it could have been...
No. You must come to me before you do such things, you understand? I know in that moment, it felt like there was no other choice.
What do you mean? I've seen people do this all the time when I was younger, and if someone seemed to be out of it or unable to come back to themselves, they would find them, and I did. But like I said, that thing was wrapped around him. He couldn't barely move, speak.
Kaylin, you left the Serpent's Grove long before you ever had a chance to attempt the rite of unveiling. Did you ever hear any warnings about it? Any tales of caution? Nothing. Senua never spoke to you of that?
This was important. If I could have stopped him from dying, I was going to do anything. I didn't care about the risk to my life. Not in that moment.
It was very brave of you, my dear, but never again, do you understand? The spirits that walk those realms, they are not all kind. Some
I know,
are
man,
shunted
but some...
to that realm because of what they have done in others. You understand me, correct?
But some are not all bad. You know that. And I saw it. That was helpful. I helped.
But at what cost, Caleb? If it saw you in that realm, it saw so much of you. It looked within you. In that realm, you are not just a physical form, a facade. You are everything you wish to be, dream to be, are, will, and were before all at once. That is the power of a Veilwalker. They can see it all of your spirit, all of it, clear as day. whatever saw you, it saw deep within you. And if it was the same thing that was trying to consume your uncle, then you tread very carefully if you ever even think about traversing back to that realm. Do you understand me, girl?
I understand. I promise.
I'm sorry, I do not mean to get so upset with you. I have just seen many, many Zerakai lose themselves to those realms. I wish not to see the same happen to you.
I am fine, Nan. I am fine.
You can see
I am not the one to be concerned about right now.
you can see the elderly woman. She places a hand on your cheek, and you can feel her thumb kind of rubbing on your face. My dear, yes, you are. You might be able to hide it from them, but you cannot hide it from me. Here. At least allow you to do something to take your mind off of it. Something that will help you sleep, at least. And you can see she goes to a counter behind her and she grabs a small vial of this sort of pale blue liquid. Drink this, and you will have peaceful sleep if you feel as though you need it. All right. She like puts it in your hand and forces it closed to make sure that you take it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And she'll just kind of look to you. You can see there is this very, very heavy weight on her shoulders and in her eyes looking at you, Caitlin. But
Halen goes to say something else, but decides against it, and she says, well, I'm going to try to sleep.
good.
I fear the next few days are going to be very, very long.
They will be. But with a good night's rest, you'll be prepared for it.
I'll let you get back. And she'll, like, give Nan a kiss on the cheek to
Yeah.
turn to leave.
Okay. All right. With that, you exit and you head back to the manor. One by one, all of you eventually retire, unless there was anything else anybody wanted to do before heading to sleep for the night. Or for the morning, I guess.
I had a little thing.
But of course.
Yeah, I think Xanthi, when she gets back into her room, she'll kind of like stand there for a minute, and then is just, I imagine there's some kind of like desk or whatever in the room, and she's just going to sit at it, and she's going to grab like a little candle and just light it, and just spend a long while just watching that flame. And I imagine, like, you know, she's exhausted at this point, but she's just gonna sit there, probably fucking falling asleep at it. She's not trying to burn anything down, hopefully it won't. But she just spends that time like refusing to go to bed and retire or whatever, and just looks at that little candle.
As you do, Xanthi, as you're slowly starting to drift off, your eyelids getting heavier and heavier and heavier till you can barely stand to keep them open. You hear a voice again, just as you are falling into a very deep, deep slumber. all will save them. As the flame extinguishes. Anything else, Santhi?
That's it. I imagine she passed the fuck out after that. Oh.
Just immediately just onto the bed from the chair.
Nah, she ain't even going to bed. She's fucking, yeah, staying in that chair.
head dropping back.
Yeah, like
Okay.
falls over. She's on the floor. Anyways,
Okay. All right. So anything else? Okay, so I had one more thing
Sleepy
before you
time.
guys go to bed. So no, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, all of
We
you
never
head
sleep.
to sleep.
Long rest?
Yes, all of you may hit the long rest button. And actually, on that note, we're going to take a break here because not only do I need to refill more water, I am going to edit. Duke, I like the way you think. I'm going to make hydrate a little bit more expensive because Jesus Christ. Part of the reason we're breaking is because I have to pee so freaking bad. Literally, you guys didn't see it. Hope you couldn't tell. But as soon as Kaylin went to go talk to Nan, I was doing a freaking antsy pants dance with my
Sorry
feet.
about that.
No, that's okay. Okay.
Had you take another drink? Okay, BRB.
Well, the
Good
thing.
go.
Okay, all right. Okay, thanks everybody. We'll be right back.
I'm also gonna go pee.
Ooh,
Take a bathroom,
where's the BRB screen? Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Okay. Falls off to the side.
What is going on? You rigged the game, Joe. This is some bullshit.
Merrick, dagger in. You are so focused because if you move your hand just 1 inch too much, you'll end up lifting the mechanism. You'll end up lifting the mechanism, and then it'll end up setting the whole thing off anyway. And you see the dragon egg beginning to shift out of the corner of your eye, but you're so focused on what you're doing as you throw your hand up to try and catch it. The depth perception on the corner of your eye is not where it needs to be, as you end up trying to grab it as it's already beginning to shift and fall. The egg doesn't crack or shatter. In fact, it breaks part of the stone in that sort of 4-foot drop. And Merrick. That's so funny. I haven't changed the name of the Cloudbot yet, so it's Solvus Emerald is the name of the cloud.
I did see that.
I noticed that. He's still in the ether somewhere.
Good. All right, it's not changing. That'll be the
All right.
remnant of the past campaigns that exist still.
Yeah, I think that's funny. I like it.
He's in charge of this cult too. I'm gonna lose my shit.
I thought we killed you.
Could you imagine? I was
Somehow, Solvus Emerald returned.
We've played these games before.
He
can't keep getting away with it.
Looked at performance and was like, no. This game fucking hates me. I've rolled 2 dice today. and they both
This
are one. What is
is
happening?
not Edwin's session
Edwin, did you
today.
forget to put your glasses on today?
Yeah, they
I
broke it
can't
from the
see
fight.
without my glasses.
You know, I was thinking about this. It's dark in here. I'm a human. I can't see.
Oh,
I
here.
was wondering what you were looking for.
He's just staring at the wall.
Be able to cast light and
Oh.
then start looking around as well to see if there's any funky, dory, booby trap.
There's a wall right there. Turns around.
Make an investigation check.
I'm ready.
Oh my god, Edwin has a light too.
Bro.
You know, it's like when the music's too loud, you can't see.
Edwin, it's not super dark in here.
No.
There is a voice that echoes. Weak. Please. feel that voice emanating from the far left side of that altar, from that emerald egg. The others don't speak at all. You don't feel anything coming from them, but from that emerald egg.
I didn't
Doesn't matter.
fucking need it. Fuck off. Get
Get
fucked.
fucked.
What?
Nice second level spell, loser.
Get
And
fucked.
then I want to take my wind if I may.
Let her win, Joe.
Let me breeze it up.
Breeze it up,
Deepest fucking
breeze it
breath
up. There you
you've ever
go. Yeah,
breathed.
Xanthi, you can feel the wind begin to compress around you, forming this shield, trying to hold you in place, but through mental fortitude and strength, this resistance to being told what to do, you break out of it, and you can see there's this impressed look on his face. He smiles. He's not taken aback. He's not in fear, but he nods and says,
That's what I expected from the likes of someone like you. Impressive.
all right.
Reiterate plan so we're all on the same page. Merritt, with 2 other guards, and Fiddle in his pocket, looking around. Via is going to infiltrate into said place and attempt to pull lever to open door. We, the children, and some guards are going to be standing off to the side hiding, while another envoy goes up to the front gate. And no, we're just all hiding.
No. There's got to be the envoy of, I think, captain and maybe 3 guards, just so there's more with us. They're going to be going to that exposed, like, wall entrance, and they're going to be posing as an envoy.
Because we want where the conversation to take place not be near the gate, because otherwise that makes it way harder for me to sneak up to where the lever is if everyone's gathered there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Galen's going to do some talking.
Sun begins to set. Takes a half day to get there. 500 feet away from where the keep should be. You tie up the horses, dismount, travel by foot. Closer and closer and closer. There seems to be no sign of any life, any travel. I mean, you're so far off the road right now that it's really hard to tell that you're going in the right direction, especially at nighttime. But eventually, you're able to see.
12.
Well, that just hits. Well, wait. Yep.
I was like, really?
Yeah, that just hits. Since you're hitting him from the opposite side, he does not have the 3/4 cover.
Oh, okay. All right, Via, you've surprised me. 6 points of fire damage.
6 points. He is dead.
Via just looks at her hands. Oh my god! What is her death count?
Kills at everyone.
I was about to say,
Yeah,
Via might have the
got-
highest kill count
I
right
think
now.
so.
You got double the kills of anybody.
Oh
so
my
far.
god! Yeah, she just looks at her hands and then focus back at the fight. Here we go.
Galen's whole outlook on her is about to change.
Kalen's like, I can work with this.
Darian Watch is going to move.
Everything is fine.
Make a deception
I
check.
promise.
Make a
Would
deception
you say
check.
that?
Kaylin
what's
is
she gonna do about it?
literally like rubbing her temples right now.
Also, if we're going back to Rosemont, we don't need her to do anything anymore.
Oh, Kaylin is really rubbing her temples.
Oh, no.
No.
You see, she just kind of stares at you for a moment. And she whispers very low. Is there some...
No, Captain. It's just us. There was much to discuss.
You find, after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. No! You
Tents?
find pitched
Yes.
tents. Pitched tents. No.
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first
Clip
one.
it.
Look like tits.
Clip those tits.
God damn it. We're 20 minutes in, dude, and I could.
Jarvis, clip.
Yes.
Okay.
She's basically gonna be like, I'm here as a representative of the king's hand. They want to meet you, but I'm here to ensure that we can come to an arrangement on how to meet safely before they actually show up. Meanwhile, sneak. There we go.
Okay. Got it.
You got it, Joe?
I hope so. I fucking don't.
Blocking the road, don't move. You can see, or you can hear Sir Otis say, Sir Landor, if you would, please. If you would please order your soldiers to move. They are no soldiers. Sir Otis. They're clergymen. Come, make way. Allow the Lady Paramount and the princes and princesses to travel free. And with that, the soldiers split. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm sorry that I had to do it. I had to make Hydrate more expensive because I was about to piss myself.
Boo.
And you know me, I'm dedicated to the game. I'm not breaking unless it makes sense. So I would have if that would have came down to it. I'm just
Maybe don't.
kidding. Maybe
No, he's not.
unless
Sell it?
yeah, 500. That's a good sip of
Well,
water.
I have 350,000.
Okay,
So
all right, but yours don't count. They do. Jesus Christ. Spend your points on something else, dude. Spam emotes only, chat. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive back in to our session. Except we, my good friends, people of the court, we are not going to dive in right where we left off. As the king's hand drifts slowly off into their slumber, we are going to fade back to the past. About 25 years ago, we open on the misty edges of the Thornfield Forest at dawn, specifically Kingswood. The air is crisp, there is dew that glistens on leaves, and morning fog hangs between ancient trees. The hunting party of nobles is gathered, their horses restless and eager. Kingswood. The master of the hunt raises his horn to his lips and blows 3 short notes. The assembled nobles ready their mounts, checking their bows and spears, and among them is King Talon Falkrest, who sits competently and confidently atop his chestnut stallion. Dressed in fine hunting leathers, bearing subtle falcon emblems, his dark hair falls past his shoulders, and not a strand of gray is to be seen on his head, despite his 50 years. Beside him sits a hardy half-orc man of deep bluish-gray complexion, Lord Paramount Garen Veltaris.
He says, "A good day for a hunt, Your Majesty. The scouts report a magnificent stag in these woods. A 12-pointer, they say."
Talon smiles, his eyes scanning the assembled hunting party. Well then, let's hope that fortune favors us today, Lord Veltaris. And his gaze falls upon a very striking half-orc woman nearby. Sitting tall on a midnight black mare, her dark hair pulled back in a practical braid, her hunting leathers bearing the Kraken sigil of House Veltaris. She notices his attention and straightens even further, inclining her head respectfully. My daughter, Sharn, Lord Garen says, following Talon's gaze. Finest tracker in Kraken's reach. Thought she might improve our chances today. Before Talon can respond, the hounds give voice and the hunt begins. The party surges forward, thundering through the forest. A couple hours later, the hunting party has spread out pretty far throughout the woods. Talon's following a fresh set of tracks. He's broken away from most of the party. The underbrush rustles ahead of him as he slows his mount, reaching for his bow. A flash of movement catches his eyes, but it's not a stag. It is Sharn Veltaris, moving through the forest with silent efficiency. She freezes when she notices him, but then she straightens and bows her head. Your Majesty? Lady Sharn, he says, dismounting. It seems as though we're on the same trail. I've been tracking the stag since we separated from the main party. Its tracks suggest it's heading towards the eastern stream. Talon nods, studying not the tracks, but her. A good eye. Lord Garen wasn't exaggerating your skills. My house serves all things. It serves the crown in all things, Your Majesty, even in hunting. The words are perfect, practiced, but there is a flash of pride that intrigues Talon. Perhaps we could track it together, Talon suggests, smiling warmly. I find hunts are always more enjoyable with good company. Sharn hesitates, clearly unprepared for this casual invitation. As you wish, Your Majesty. An hour later, Talon and Sharn, they move together, surprisingly in harmony, tracking the stag. And that is how I ended up swimming back to shore in full ceremonial armor. You can see Talon concluding a story, chuckling at it. The corner of Sharn's mouth twitches, almost a smile, but quickly suppressed. A king should be more careful with his safety, Your Majesty. A king should remember he's human first. What about you, Lady Sharn? Surely you have stories from Kraken's Reach? She hesitates, but then relents slightly. There was a time when I sailed through the Serpent's Teeth during a storm to win a wager against my cousins. Father was displeased. Talon laughs. I imagine so, but impressive nonetheless. Sharn looks surprised by his approval. But then her eyes sharpen. She raises her hand for silence. She points forward where a massive stag has appeared at the stream's end, majestic and alert. They both freeze. Talon reaches slowly for his bow. The stag raises its head, sensing danger, and Talon is a clear shot. They both know. He draws his bow, the stag in his sights, but then deliberately lowers it, glancing at Sharn. She frowns momentarily, confused. Then understanding dawns in her eyes. She carefully takes aim and looses an arrow. It flies true, sinking into the stag's heart. The magnificent beast staggers and then falls. Sharn turns to Talon. Her expression a mix of triumph and bewilderment. You had the shot. Why did you wait? Talon shrugs, smiling. It was your tracking that led us here. The kill was rightfully yours. Her brow furrows. That's not how it's done. The king always takes the first shot. The first kill. It's tradition. Perhaps, Talon says as he approaches the fallen stag. But I've never been overly fond of traditions that serve no purpose beyond themselves. He kneels beside the animal, placing a hand on its flank with respect. Clean kill. Your father was right to be proud of your skills. Sharn watches, so confused and perplexed by this man in front of her. Thank you, Your Majesty. So you can see the two of them, they begin to prepare the stag for transport, tying ropes around it and tying those to the back of the horses. And they've been sitting in silence for a while this is happening, but then Sharn says, Your Majesty, may I speak freely? I wish you would. What you did, yielding the kill, I think it could be seen as weakness by some. I believe a king must demonstrate strength at all times. Do you believe true strength lies only in dominance, Lady Sharn? I believe perception shapes reality in court. Any perception often favors those who take what is rightfully theirs. An interesting perspective. Though I wonder if it's what's rightfully mine in this case would have been taken rather than earned. Before Sharn can respond, a branch cracks nearby. Both turn, hands moving to weapons, but it's Rainier Falkrest, the king's brother, emerging from the trees with 2 royal guards. Brother! Impressive! As he looks down towards the stag. I heard the horns, but I was too far off to join the main chase. He looks between Talon and then Lady Sharn. Although it seems as though you found good company regardless. Talon grins. Lady Sharn has proven herself the finest tracker on the hunting party. The kill is hers. Rainier raises one of those scaly eyebrows and says, Is that so? Well, congratulations are in order, Lady Beltaris. Sharn bows formally. You honor me, Lord Rainier, though His Majesty is too generous with his praise. Nonsense. Credit where it's due. Some time passes. They eventually collect it. The rest of the guards arrive. And Sharn heads off with them, leaving Rainier and Talon alone, almost. As Sharn is walking away with the guards, Talon says, Excuse me, Lady Sharn. Would you consider joining me for dinner tonight? I'd be interested in hearing more about House Veltaris' naval innovations. She studies him for a moment, clearly trying to decipher his intentions. It would be my honor to represent my house's interests, Your Majesty. Good, Talon says with a smile. Though I would hope that you'd represent more than just your house. I find, honestly, that I'm quite interested in the Huntress herself. For the first time, you can see Sharn is caught truly off guard, as there's this faint pinkish hue rising in her cheeks before she regains her composure. As you wish, Your Majesty. They lead the horses back to the main hunting party, and Rainier falls in step beside his brother, speaking under his breath.
Well, that is an unexpected development, to say the least.
Talon watches Sharn walking ahead and looks to Rainier and says,
Yes. Yes, it is.
As they head back, the rest of the hunting party. As we cut back to the present day, as all of the children awake within the manor of the King's Hand. So, waking up in the manor of the King's Hand, this regal home, a testament to your authority. Waking up in the morning, there are some conversations that are still to be had. Some individuals that have reached out, wishing to speak with the rest of the party. However, before any business arrives on this day, as all of you wake up, I guess I would say, having to finish the sleep, probably around noon, before any company arrives, before anybody heads out to any of their meetings or requisitions for meetings, does anybody have anything they would like to do or to talk to, specifically with the siblings themselves? Edwin.
Merrick had his hand up first. If you
No,
want
he
to-
called on you. It's fine.
Okay, no, I didn't. Sorry, Ryan, I didn't see you. I literally,
no,
out of
I
the
get-
corner of my eye,
forget
I
about
saw.
me.
Okay,
You don't fucking put your hands
Forget
up to
about-
say something to you.
Forget about me.
yeah, I have Discord partially covered up over here, so I saw John's like pinky on the behind what I have pulled up in front of Discord. All right,
So I will say
Ryan.
that hi. I will say that Kaylin would actually, when she wakes up, find a note on her door when she exits, and it's from Merrick, basically inviting her to join him to go check on the dragon eggs in the pocket dimension. And it basically says, he'll wait for her until like 1 near there, and if she's not there, then he'll just assume she didn't want to come, and he'll carry on.
She will follow wherever they're meeting, wherever the note says, she'll go there. As soon as she wakes up.
Okay.
So where exactly are the eggs? 'Cause
So
I
they
remember
are...
Morgana was putting them in a pocket dimension.
Yeah,
but...
they are within the Archmage's study, specifically within a pocket dimension that is currently being guarded by 2 of the Crown Claw Knights on the outside and 2 on the inside. You can easily navigate up to the keep, and you can head to the room, and the Crown Claw Knights will let you in when you get there. But it does involve going to the Archmage's study.
Yeah, Merrick would be waiting out in the hall to see if Kaylin was coming and kind of push himself off the wall he was leaning on when she arrived. He'll just give her a nod. I figured you'd be interested in seeing how they're being kept.
Oh, very, very interested. Shall we?
And he'll let her go first.
Samson is snugly tucked around her shoulders as they enter.
Okay, very good, very good. Yeah, so you guys make your way up to Dragon's End and then eventually into the Archmage's study. And you can see the 2 Crown Claw Knights currently guarding as they greet you.
Princess Kaylin, Prince Merrick.
Lady Kaylin.
Lady Kaylin, my apologies. Please, enter.
And you can see one of the Crown Claw Knights, he reaches up around his neck and like reaching underneath the like plate armor, he pulls out what looks to be a sort of arcane stone. Via is very familiar with these. She used something very similar. It works almost like a Rubik's Cube key. It's very strange. As you put it near the door and twist, the stone begins to like separate into these tiny, tiny, tiny cubes and fits into this perfect imprint. And as he twists it, the door does the same thing where it breaks off into cubes and like folds away piece by piece by piece until there's like this ethereal blue puddle that is in front of you that you can barely kind of see through, but you can see a small room, 2 guards, a pedestal, and 3 dragon eggs. So you 2 step through.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You step through, there is no sound in here other than the just ambient noise of the room. There is a stillness in here, and it is hot. Probably in this room in particular, 80, 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Gemma, you'll have to do the conversion on your own. Sorry. It is very hot in here. Especially, Kaylin wearing all black and Merrick with your fur, half cape. But you step in and you can see the 3 dragon eggs there.
And there's 2 guards as well, you said, inside the pocket dimension?
Yeah, there are 2 Crown Claw Knights in here that are like statues of metal.
All right. Merrick will look to Kaylin and then he'll just start to walk forward. And his eyes definitely looking more on the green one. Not super worried it's cold anymore, but just listening to see if anything's reaching out or not.
Yeah. Merrick, as you reach out, you do feel it reach out to you as well. That same echoing in your head you can hear. You returned.
Merrick's going to try in his head, trying to focus back on the voice. He's going to try to say, "Yes, I wanted to see how you were doing." And he's waiting to see if it can hear his thoughts or if he has to speak out loud.
I am doing well. I'm not cold anymore.
Merrick kind of makes a motion to Caitlin and kind of points at himself, and he looks like he's concentrating, hoping that she kind of picks up on what's going on.
Yeah, she raises an eyebrow, but she's just watching carefully.
Do you wish for her to hear as well?
Yes. Yes, that would be good, I believe.
Hello.
Kaylin, you hear that in your head?
She, like, looks to Merrick and then back at the egg. Hello?
He told me you wished to hear also.
Merrick shrugs like, I wasn't sure.
Do you have a name?
No, I do not. I know I am emerald green, but I do not know a name. I do not know much of anything.
Have you felt safe since last night?
Yes. I felt like no one would try to hurt me or my siblings. Some of them wanted to destroy us, to hurt us.
I know. I'm sorry about that.
It is okay.
We're working on it.
I could feel fear. The same fear that I had, and if I were not here, I fear what I might do if I was afraid. If I were not in this egg.
Have you sensed the woman that's taking care of you, Solara, if you've heard her name spoken?
Yes, I can sense something to her, a connection, I think. Like an echo of a time that I long once knew, but strange, something of...
And you can hear it searching for a word, and it finds it.
Something of stars.
So sorry, I know with the rather large time jump, I mean, is it known that Arcans came from the Astral Sea? Is that still pretty commonly known, or is it just assumed that they've always been here now? Was that something that was lost?
I think that's probably something that would have been, just thinking about, Ephron's perspective all the way back when, I think he would have wanted to try to make sure that his people could have assimilated as easily as possible. I think that's one thing that would have been left behind.
Okay. Glad I asked.
Yeah, no, good question.
So instead, Merrick in his head's like, weird. Okay.
Strange. Okay.
But Merrick will say, I know nothing about that, but she will be good to the three of you. I can promise you that. If you wish to speak to her, I think she would welcome it. She wanted to know what you were saying to me.
I must say, though, it is hard to speak to others when you are not present. Not for lack of trying, I must stress, but for lack of will.
Barrett kind of glances at Kaylin, kind of like raising an eyebrow.
How are you connected to Merrick?
I do not know. All I know is falling, plunging deep within cold water, in a deep, deep, deep sleep. A sleep of death. and then awaking in that chamber, and then waiting and waiting and waiting, and then him. A connection. I could feel something, someone. I could speak. I could try and learn. I could try and learn to know. But then, now I'm trapped here. Unable to learn. Unable to know.
Well, I wouldn't say that. The people here are going to take care of you. And through that care should come some sort of education. We'll make sure of that.
Thank you.
And you speak to your siblings.
They are dormant. I do not know if they live. Ruby is still warm, and obsidian I can still feel, but they do not speak to me.
I'm sorry you're alone in all of this.
Where am I?
Looking around at the pocket dimension, like, oh, how do we describe that? You're in a secure place. We have a mage who has created an area to keep you away from anyone that might seek to harm you. It's hard to describe, to be completely honest. It goes over my head at least. Sorry.
Do you think one day I might leave?
I do. I hope so, at the very least.
I hope so too. I want to see. I want to learn to know.
There is much to see. Merrick will approach and he will just put his hand on the green egg. Not to lift it up or anything, but just to touch it.
Merrick, as you do, you can see that not in an effort to do anything or to stop you, but you can see that the two Crown Claw Knights, they have been given very clear instructions, and you can see them tense for a moment, waiting for you to do anything, because they're instructed to protect the eggs. They know you protected them, and you said you wanted. Nobody knows. Okay, so they.
No, I respect it.
Okay, but you place your hand on the egg, and you feel a connection. And as you close your eyes when you do it, you get this clear image, this serpentine dragon, incredibly small, very tiny, in this current moment. Maybe the size of a 40-50 pound dog, but you can see it has got these long, lithe limbs, this long snake-like neck that comes up into this dragon-like beak, and these scales of emerald green and sort of like opal white. And you can see these like little frills, little green, not frills, but like tendrils kind of coming off of its face that kind of move. And you can see it in front of you, this small wormling just floating in this ephemeral place looking at you.
This is probably a dumb question, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Ask
Because
away.
obviously Merrick knows next to nothing about dragons, but a lot about birds and various other animals. Does it look like it's pretty far along in the development stages? Like all of its like features, appendages, like
Yeah.
they're fully formed?
Make a history check. I'll say the DC is pretty low because this would have been something that your namesake, Merrick, would have written about. So
I'm
you
not
might
going to guidance because I don't want the Crown Claw Knights to like shoot me on accident, you know, so...
The prince
Oh,
must be
yes.
put down.
He went to cast a spell.
I'm
No idea what
sorry,
it was.
Talon. Your son had to die.
He only knows healing magic, you Dalton.
One less heir to worry about, right? Okay, so
Hey, I'll see myself out.
okay. With a 16, yeah. It seems as though this dragon in particular, you don't know about the other two, but this dragon in particular is very quickly approaching the wormling stage when they would hatch. You have no amount of knowledge of time that might take. Dragons are old, ancient creatures that live for a very, very, very long time. But this creature does seem to be getting close to the age or to the size that it would need to be able to break open the egg and hatch and emerge.
I think seeing that, Merrick will just say, gather your strength while you can. I think your weight is mostly behind you.
May I make one request?
Of course.
The woman who studies us, could you ask if she could read to us? Even if I'm here, I still want to learn, to know.
What would you like her to read about?
And Merrick, you can see as your eyes are still kind of closed, looking at the physical form in this like ephemeral manifestation, you can see its eyes like light up, you know, literally and figuratively, as there's this like coursing psionic energy. The creature vibrates, and you can feel the egg vibrate out of excitement.
Histories, the place we're at, and what the people have done, and the things that have happened, and where she came from, and the history of her, and what she's done, and you, and what you've done, and anything, everything, all of it, please.
I will ask her, and she will do her best.
Good.
I'm sorry, but I need to go now.
That is okay. You can leave. Thank you for coming back.
I'll come when I can.
I very much look forward to it. You asked if I have a name. I'm very sorry I could not give one. Do you have one?
I am Merrick.
Merrick. Merrick. Merrick.
And you can hear the dragon kind of linger on it for a bit, as if remembering some echo of something, but then quickly moves on.
Well, Merrick, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Merrick will look to Kaylin to see if there was anything else she wanted to do or say.
No. Like, she was just listening very intently and just kind of assessing the situation, but I don't think she's gonna say anything.
And what is your name?
My name is Kaylin.
And what is your name?
as Kaylin, there's no one else in the room, and you hear,
Samson. Very good. Kaylin, Samson, Merrick.
Did I hear Samson respond? I
you did
assume not.
Nope.
Kaylin smiles.
Merrick looks over at Samson like, what?
Samson looks at you and goes,
I've tried to feed you for years. Dragon. You don't say
Keep
that.
it Xanthi, so.
that rat. Okay. All right.
Merrick will slowly withdraw his hand so the cards don't think he's doing anything weird.
You can see they were half drawn.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, because
No,
the
they're
egg
not.
was shaking?
Yeah.
I was about to say, that's actually a fair response.
What in God's name?
What is he doing? All right.
All right.
But with that, Merrick will turn, give a nod to the knights, and he will turn to leave.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Kaylin will follow after.
Out of the room, and you are back in Dragon's End. Ooh,
As they're kind of walking for a little bit, Merrick kind of slowly shakes his head. This kingdom's going to let them down.
Alright, I'll bite. Why?
I was being honest, they heard that entire conversation in the council room. They know that they were one vote away from being destroyed then and there. They're learning fear before they're even out in the world.
Well, at least they have someone like you to teach them something a little different.
Well, hopefully I get the opportunity.
I don't see why not. We found them. You found them. And we got them back here. I don't really think it's fair for anyone else to have much of a say. And I think it'd be foolish if we let anyone destroy them.
I would agree. I only wonder if Father feels differently after the state we found Uncle in.
What happened to Rainier was not caused by the finding of these eggs. I hesitate to say it's not related, but these eggs did not directly hurt him. And I'd like to think Talon is intelligent enough to make that understanding. I'd like to think.
I hope you're right. But fear and anger can do a lot. Even to Talon.
Yeah.
I just don't want those eggs to end up like me is all.
What does that mean?
Kind of glancing over at Kaylin. I am the son of two of the most powerful noble houses in this kingdom. And both sides of those houses are scared that I'm going to betray them to the other side. Talon gives me no power or authority because he sees too much of my mother in me. And my mother the same for seeing any flaw in me as a reflection of Talon. I'm stuck in the middle because of fear, anger. I just feel like I've never been given a chance to succeed.
She kind of stops walking for a second. Merrick, what if this is your chance? Right? Isn't that... Is that not what you see in front of you? That egg? What do you want? Who cares what Talon wants? Or your mother? What do you want?
I just want to be seen for the value that I can bring. Not but a moment after I said that I could speak to that dragon egg, Xanthi immediately questioned that I was just puppeting words of a Dark Lord that died years ago. Here I was saying these creatures were scared, begging for their lives, and dismissed it immediately as I said it. Everyone thinks that I'm just controlled by someone else. I would just like to be seen as Merrick.
Well, Merrick, as I see it, until I spoke up, you were the only one willing to fight for those eggs. I think everyone in the room saw you. They may not have liked it, but they saw you. I think this is the opportunity for you to start making decisions for yourself, and if no one's going to listen, make them listen. Xanthi's loud. That's why people listen to her. Maybe you just need to be a little louder.
I tried insisting on bringing the eggs back to the capital. I insisted on staying behind to defend them, and you got upset with me when I did that.
I got upset because I didn't want you to be left alone. This was the first outing that we went on. If we stumbled upon those eggs, who knows who else would have? And for us to leave you alone?
It was why I wanted them taken back to the capital immediately. I get that, I do. Sorry, it just felt like no one was hearing me back there, that's all. I'm
No,
sorry
I
I
heard
snapped
you.
at you.
Loud and clear. I'm sure this will be one of many, many disagreements we are all going to have. And there's gonna be like times where we feel like no one is listening. But it's not true. We all just think we're right. And 9 times out of 10, we're all probably wrong. I don't know, Merrick. I'm sorry if it's not what you wanted to hear, but I think your opportunity is standing right in front of you, or back in that pocket dimension.
I just think this could be the beginning of something extraordinary. You feel it too, don't you?
Absolutely. But I also understand what it's like when you start talking to things that aren't there. People start whispering. But I've also learned that people are going to have opinions no matter what, and you just have to choose to ignore them. Because it is. This is exciting. Something's happening. And we get to be a part of it. And I like to be seen, and I like to be heard. And I'm going to make sure people hear and see me. I suggest you do the same.
Well, someone's noticing us. Father said our names came up as great leaders on this last mission.
I don't know why I'm surprised.
Does she look surprised?
I think she's surprised that people said her name, I guess.
Well, I'm glad we're actually talking again.
Yeah, for now. Kind of smiles. I don't forget, Merrick. I forgive. Sometimes. But I usually don't forget. But you're forgiven this time.
That's funny. I feel
Why?
the same way.
Well, maybe we are siblings after all.
We'll see. He just keeps walking.
Okay. Fantastic. So the two of you eventually walk back the manor of the King's Hand. Now, the rain is still pouring on this day, but you have made it back safely to the manor. Now, at this moment, I would say, let me put the music on for the manor of the King's Hand. As the two of you arrive, you can see at the gates is actually Lord Regent Gareth Thornfield, the Owlin right hand of King Talon, standing tall and proud, right around 7 feet. Let me go ahead and just in case we need a little update on his appearance for the cool guy he is. Go to show as image, show to players. As you can see, he just got there and is speaking to the Crown Claw Knight standing guard and says,
I had a message to deliver from King Talon. Well, my Lady Kaelin and my Prince Merrick, I was hoping that I would catch you both before you left, but it seems as though not only have you left, but you've returned by the time I finally got here. Shall we enter together?
Certainly.
Wonderful.
All right. So, with that, you all enter, following right behind Gareth. As you can see, Master Brigsby has has set the fire in the hearth, and it is currently blazing, providing a nice amount of warmth after being outside in the cold rain. The two of them greet each other as Master Brigsby, as formal as ever, bowing and bending over backwards, asking Lord Gareth if there's anything he needs. And Lord Gareth says,
No, please, Master Brigsby, you are very kind and generous, but I will not be here for long. Are you sure, my lord? My Lord Regent, I would be happy to do anything you need of me. No, Master Brigsby, please, I am quite all right. Thank you. If you would, though, be willing to go gather the other siblings, the heirs, there is word from their father that I'm sure they would like to hear.
You can see Master Brigsby, he nods and heads off. And each one of you get a knock at your door that's still here. Princess Xanthi, there is Lord Gareth is here to speak with you.
I mean, I imagine actually Xanthi for a lot of this morning has not just been in her room. She's a micromanager, and so she's totally been micromanaging all the servants in the keep, or in a little manor or whatever. So
Of course,
she's totally been off doing that, like, you know,
Yeah.
going over shit that they already know. They are way too experienced to have this random person questioning them about. But Xanthi insists upon herself, so.
She is the godfather. She insists upon herself. So Xanthi, you're around. You do hear from upstairs as you're exiting out into the main foyer where Lord Gareth is. You hear Master Brigsby.
Xanthi, Princess Xanthi, Lord Gareth he's here to speak with you. Princess Xanthi, are you there? Princess Xanthi.
I suppose she's not in her room.
Inside.
As Lord Gareth sees
Heard
you.
your message.
Ah, there you are, Princess Xanthi. Very good.
And you can see the Master Brigsby. Very good, very good. Moves to the next door. Knock, knock, knock. Prince Edwin. Prince Edwin.
Yes.
There is a Lord Regent Gareth Thornfield here who wishes to speak to you and the rest of the heirs.
I'll be right out.
Wonderful. And Via, you've heard both of those.
She opens the door as he's like getting to her door.
Oh.
Hi!
Hello, Princess Octavia. Lord Regent Gareth Thornfield is here and wishes to speak with all of you.
Oh, amazing. I was just getting ready to come down. How convenient.
Very good. Very good. All right. With that, eventually one by one, you guys make your way in there. Edwin, I'm assuming taking just a little bit longer.
Yeah. As soon as people see Edwin, he's got bags under his eyes. His hair is okay, but he's tired. He's definitely tired.
Okay.
He's drinking out of his mug of boundless coffee.
Okay. So, as all of you make your way down and some food and drink are prepared for all of you and brought out, Lord Gareth addresses all of you.
Well, I have good news, and, well, I have an ask for all of you. Your uncle is doing better, at least. Minor responses. He's able to hold up some arms and legs when lifted, but still no ability to conjure words or have coherent thoughts. Whatever has struck him has deeply affected him. They believe it's some type of magic that may take some time to fully undo its harm. That being said, though, he is feeling about as good as he can, I think. He will recover. It's very clear that that will happen. But there is an ask of you from your father. All council meetings and petitioners have been postponed for the week, but there are several petitioners that refuse to depart or wait the time. It is within the best interests of the kingdom and of the council that the king's hand fill their duty. As it is understood by me, the chamber of, I believe it is within the halls here, is used for judgment when the king is indisposed or unavailable. It is the desire of the king and of the council that all of you carry out these petitioners. There are just a few, but it is also within the interest of the treasury that whatever they desire, whatever they wish for, that it not exceed the cost of 5,000 gold pieces. Anything more than that would put pressure upon the treasury, if you understand my meaning. But they refuse to leave, and all of you are the king's hand. It is your duty to fulfill the king's duties when he is unable to.
We understand. How many did you say there were?
As of right now, there are only 3.
And is the 5,000 gold limit from Our
total.
or the?
Oh, no. This is from the treasury of the king. The crown's treasury. No need to worry about your own expense book.
Thank you.
Yes. But if you have no further questions, sometime this week, they will be arriving. Sometime, typically around sundown, for your decision. One at a time, not all three at once. And if there are any more last-minute ones, I will give you as much leeway as I can. Please, if there is one that approaches directly, it is well within your right to address it. But it is also the understanding of the council that you will try to exercise some form of decorum to inform us should a petitioner arrive without any amount of precursor or knowledge on our end. Hopefully you understand how important it is that we communicate back and forth.
Of course.
Very good. Very good. Well, if there are no questions...
I do not believe so.
Helix, any questions?
I have none.
Well, wonderful. It was very good to see all of you, and my Lady Kaelin, did you happen to receive my correspondence?
Oh, I did. I apologize with
Oh,
what happened
no
with
need
Rainier.
to apologize. I completely understand. It has only been a day after all. I just wanted to make sure it made its way to this fine estate here. Sometime this week, whenever you have the free time, there are, well, potential ideas I had for bridging the gap between House Thornfield and the Serpent's Grove that I'd love to pick your brain about if you have the time. Maybe to join me for dinner within the Tower of the King, of the Lord Regent. Sometime this week?
Yes, I'll make sure to do that.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, my Lady Kaelin, and princes and princesses, a great honor as always. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask.
Thank
course.
you, Lord Gath.
That gives a very deep bow to the heirs, and he will head out. And with that, the day is yours. It is currently around 2 o'clock, probably now. The rain is still pouring outside, but it's up to you. Whatever you guys want to do. Your first petitioner will be arriving sometime tomorrow, so you have the rest of today to do whatever you see fit.
Joe, how large is this place? Like our house? Like if it, I originally wanted to do something and stroll around the courtyard, but it's raining, so that's not ideal.
Yeah.
So the halls, is it like, you know, when old people go to the mall and they can just walk around?
It is a pretty big manor, you know, like it is definitely, I think that I had said before, let me pull up the notes on it. I think I said it can accommodate like comfortably 50 people like staying here. And it can host parties of up to like 250 people comfortably. It's pretty sizable. If you were looking for something like outside to go strolling, the walls, like the actual walls, not the like iron wrought gate that surrounds the estate.
Oh, the top part?
But yeah, it is covered all along the top part of the walls. So you could go walk around the walls of the estate and get a view of the upper city and of the manor.
Okay. As the siblings are dispersing, Edwin is going to go up and say, Xanthi, do you have a moment?
Kind of looks to the servants that she's been hitherto terrorizing, but just returns the glance to Edwin. Of course.
If you would like to continue, looks over to the servants. Your business?
Yes, of course, my prince. Thank you very much, my prince. My princess, thank you for your assistance. It was most useful. We were being very inefficient. Thank you very much.
What was it that you wanted?
He looks at it. That's what you were telling them?
Well, I believe that things ought to be run a certain way.
I think they're doing a pretty good job. Like, there's some
A good
things that they
job, but
could...
it could always be better.
Oh, wow. Yes, I guess it could. Please, I just wanted to talk. It's been... We haven't really had time to since I've been back. Would you mind taking a walk with me?
Sure.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm guessing it is something important, yes?
No.
No?
I mean, it could
Even
be.
before everything with Rainier, you've seemed, well, not yourself.
Let's take a walk. And he starts walking.
Yes.
And we'll lead up to the top of the walls that are covered outside. And we're going to start walking around there this whole entire conversation. I was really hoping that we could have this conversation outside. It's been raining all day. How are you?
And that's how you're going to start this?
Is there another way?
She'll just kind of shrug.
See? So? You first.
Well, I mean, of course, I think the first thing in my mind is what's going to happen with Rainier. Not only in terms of his health, but I think it is also more than evident that we will no longer have someone to be Lord Paramount of our house. At least, I doubt it will be him. Even if he does return.
Yes. Well, we can only hope for the best. Hope that he can possibly make an almost full recovery.
They do not
But-
believe he'll be able to fight again.
Doesn't mean he cannot be Lord Paramount.
True.
Let's be honest. How much of the council, how much of the people who are around can fight?
But he is also our sentinel. We cannot have a sentinel to the kingdom that cannot fight.
That is true. I don't think about these things very often, as you can tell. I'm glad that one of us does. Other than Rainier, how has things been with you? I know I haven't been here for the past 5 years. Anything new? Anything exciting happen? Or...
I mean, has largely been the day-to-day.
that gets
You know
boring, doesn't it?
It does. But ever since Father had moved me from, well, working with the guard, it's all just organizing this and that, working out suppliers and arranging different meetings and events. It's hardly the same, well, excitement.
So what you're saying is the past couple days with our journey to Rosemont was the most excitement you've had in the past 5 years. I
think
saw
that'd
you
be
out there
true
on the
for any of
battlefield.
us.
I don't know. The Nornathi is pretty exciting. Having to fend for yourself, live out in the tundra, make sure you don't die from the cold and hunger.
suppose, but this is matters regarding Adaria, not some foreign land.
It's true.
It does mean more to you, doesn't it?
What, Adaria?
I should hope.
Of course it does. It's my home. It's where I grew up. It's where I was born. It means
But
everything
it's
to me.
not where you choose to stay.
I knew this was going to come up. I don't choose where to stay, Zandy. I'm the liaison. I have to go. And unfortunately, these missions that I'm on, I don't choose to do anything. I am bound by word and by loyalty and by duty.
So
I'm
is that how you've been these past 5 years then? Just bound up in your duty, in your loyalties?
Honestly, yes. I mean, I would give nothing more than to be home, and to be home longer than what I've been given all these years, to see all of you grow up, be there for every moment. It's just not what has been. The cards haven't been there for me. Had I known that being a cleric of the church would take me to such places for such long times, I might not have done it.
Then stop doing it. You have your loyalties to the church, yes, but Barcelona is still a Falcrest. They do not have ownership over you.
Now imagine if I asked you to stop your duties. To stop the tasks that were put in front of you by our father, by the king. Come on, Xanthi, I can't do that.
But my
They are
duties
mine.
are for this kingdom, are for
And-
this family. It is different.
And what makes my duties different? I am the
Sure.
liaison. I am there to make relations with the other kingdoms to our kingdom. For trade, for alliances. Should a war spring up, because of what I've been doing, the Nornothi may help. I'm off doing other things. It's still a duty to the king in our lands. But there's not a time, a day that goes by when I'm over there where I'm not missing all of my siblings. I'm not thinking of everything that we did growing up. Xanthi, I think of how close we used to be, and it breaks my heart that we are where we are right now.
Is that what you wanted to talk about then?
All of the things I want to talk about, we don't have enough time. I could probably talk your ear off for the next 5 days, but we don't have that time. But it is one of the things. Since I've gotten back, things have been tense. Tensions have arisen between all of the siblings. And I hate seeing it. And all I want to do is make everyone feel better and be in a room filled with everyone that loves and respects and can talk kindly of one another. And I know all of us have our differences, our own opinions, our own minds, and that's impossible. And I feel since I have been back, you and I have not been on the best terms.
I mean, I still hold the same respect for you I've always done, Edwin. That is what you're concerned about.
It's not respect I care about, Xanthi.
Then what?
Just love between siblings. We are blood. Do you remember when we were growing up and you decided that you wanted to try climbing the wall of the courtyard? And, I couldn't say no to you, so I helped you. And do you remember when you fell and broke your toe?
And you were there to pick me up.
Yes, do you remember how angry Father was? It was funny. It wasn't... You know what I mean. Or the time that we went swimming in the nearby lake and a frog jumped onto your head and you screamed out in horror. And of course I had to take the frog, and then you thought you were going to get warts in your head.
I mean, it seemed the rational thing at the time.
No, it's
I was
completely
young.
rational. No, I mean, frogs give warts. It's rational. Or do you remember writing poetry together and the silly hidden messages we would put in our notes to each other?
What's the point of all this, Edwin? I remember everything the same as you do, but we're not in that time or place anymore. We
No.
each of us evidently have our own duties. Things are
He
different now.
starts
They won't
rummaging
be
through
the
his
same.
bag. And I know. But it's the memories that push us forward. And the things that we have to hold dear. And the things we have to fight for that keep us alive. And he starts rummaging through his bag and pulls out a folded piece of paper and holds it out and says, I wrote you a new poem. And holds it out to put it in your hand.
She will give a genuine smile at that and take it.
He grabs under your hand, Xanthi, and puts the paper in it and takes your other hand and closes it in between. And there's a slight shift, Xanthi. Very slight. As he hands it to you, you can see like his eyes start to well up slightly. And he says, I need you to read this. And he gets closer and says, and when you're done, I need you to burn it.
All right. Does that imply you do not wish for me to read it now, then?
No.
Are you in any danger, Edwin?
He doesn't say anything, but he looks at you, and it takes a long time to respond. No, not at all. Not at all. Let's keep walking. And as he kind of releases your hand, he squeezes it and continues to walk. Man, this place is huge.
All right. With that, you guys continue on your walk. And eventually, you make your way back into the manor, and Xanthi, you read the poem.
Yeah, she'll retreat back to her room. She's getting the sense that this is not, obviously for anyone else's eyes.
Yes,
poem.
and I'll give you. Thank you for the follow.
Okay, let's go to the now thing.
It is not a small thing. So, Jim, I'm going to give you some time to percolate on that. We're going to go ahead and move on to somebody else. Yeah. So, Xanthi, you begin to go through and to decode the silly game poem, or decode the silly poem game that you and Edwin used to play when you were younger. With that, we're going to go ahead and jump to one of the other children. So as time has passed a little bit, what's everybody doing?
Be able to go see Morgana today, if
Okay.
that's cool.
Sounds good. Yeah, you can go ahead and do that. So, you leave the Manor of the King's Hand, and you head back to the Archmage's study. Here, the rain is very, very, very slight, very subdued, and you can hear the bubbling and brewing of potions, as well as the sort of like crackling of fire off in the distance, as there are some hearths that are lit in here to provide a little bit of natural warmth. But as you make your way into the Archmage's study, you can see that Morgana actually is not here currently. So you're just kind of alone in the study, but one of the servants said that she would go retrieve the Archmage. So in the time that you're in here, sort of surrounded by all these books, the desks, the papers, the scribe materials that you used to work with every single day, is there anything that Via is doing in particular, or are you just kind of wait?
You just want to tempt me, Joe. That's what you want.
What do you mean?
Yes. She will look to see possibly where those books that she grabbed for Morgana ended up, if they're still in here or if they somehow made it back to her private chambers, or private library, sanctum, the thing, I don't remember what it's called. Like, assuming that it'd probably be at her desk, Via's eyes will like linger there first and then see if she can like find it anywhere else stored away.
Yeah. You sort of begin to look around, and looking on her main desk, you can see the book about the dragon's trierarchy. You can see it sitting there on the table. Thank you for the follow. So many. Ooh. Thank you.
Okay.
So you see the book there? What do you want to do?
I mean, she'll like look over her shoulder.
There are no constructs and there are no servants in here.
All right, yeah. She's gonna start to flip through it. I think she's looking for where the book is like has been creased the most. Like what is Morgana specifically looking for in this book? Or even, I mean, I feel like bookmark wouldn't really be the thing in this book, but if there is anything, or like even like things slid in there, like maybe a paper hidden or anything in the margins at all.
Yeah, Via, as you open the book, all the pages are empty.
Okay. She's gonna like say under her breath. All right. I don't think I have anything for that.
Via, as you sort of sit there thinking for a moment, book open, unsure of what to do, the servant re-enters and says, Princess Octavia?
She shuts it. Yes.
The Archmage wishes to speak with you within the chamber of the dragon eggs.
Okay. Thanks. I'll head right there. All right, and she will head to the chamber instead.
Yeah, you enter. The guards, the Crown Claw Knights, open and the door, and you step through, and Archmage Morgana is in there.
Hi. You wanted to talk about Isadora in here?
You can see she's kind of hovering her hand over the ruby dragon egg, and you can see her hand alight with magical runes.
Ah, yes, Lady Octavia, Princess. She turns. Thank you for answering my summons as soon as you could after all that nasty business with your uncle. Yes, I did, but it seems as though my request to learn more about Isadora seems to be unimportant now. If you don't mind, I think I have everything I need. There's something else I'd like to speak with you about, if that is all right, my princess.
Yeah, of course.
Very good. And I'll go ahead and reshare Morgana's art, or image, I mean. Mage Umbrin, just as a refresher for her appearance. You know, I have to say that I do believe that your family members, I believe that they made a wise choice in preserving these, as her hand kind of gestures above them. I know that you would disagree, though. You spoke very briefly within the council chambers as to why that is, my princess, but I wish to know more. Tell me, what do you fear in them? What truly do you see in them?
Maybe I don't have enough information to ask this, but like, how her like presence with the eggs and everything, she's pretty and like almost like obsessed with them. Thea kind of gets that feeling, right?
Yeah, there is a deep passion for her.
Okay.
Here. It's bordering on obsession, but it's not quite like that fervent, like I must know everything. It's like,
yeah,
this is good. I like this.
Well, Archmage, I'm sure you are plenty aware that there's been just some weird stuff. It feels like related to the Dragon's Triarchy. And, well, I've had a few visions.
Yes, your visions, yes. Tell me about them.
It's mostly related to the night. It's really kind of traumatic, actually. I don't know if I don't know if it's good that we're just messing with all this stuff, right? Like, I have already made some mistakes.
Mistakes? But you're curious, no? You must be. My construct saw you. I asked for a book about the Dragon's Triarchy, yes. You retrieved that as requested, but you also sought a few other books that you saw. You almost took, but you didn't, and I appreciate the restraint, my princess. 2 books in particular. One over the Malgorath treatise on draconic domination, and the ciphertext on draconic rituals. That is correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, we could say that was mere scholarly curiosity, but what if it was something more? Something guiding you to those books? Some vision that you had not been fully aware of in that moment?
No, I don't think so.
Well, you must have had visions about these eggs, yes? The Windside Princess has earned her title for a good reason, has she not?
Poppy and Isadora, we started getting into some stuff. They are very passionate about, House Umbran and Isadora are the same, but look, it was a mistake. So they wanted to know what the future held for them, and I've never looked that far into the future. And then I saw at Dragon's End, I just kept hearing beware the tides of crimson. I'm sorry, this is a little too much. Why do you want to know?
I need to know what you have seen. Octavia, these aren't just curiosities. This isn't arcane musings by some scholar in a laboratory. This could reshape the kingdom, Octavia.
No, it won't.
Have you seen their futures? If you are so afraid, you must have seen something. What might they become? Who will control them? You must know.
I don't know. It's this thing. It's a thing. It's with demonic horns, but it also is a dragon. And the whole world's just like burning, and I can't. I don't know. But this is not okay.
My princess, forgive me. Forgive me. My enthusiasm for knowledge sometimes overcomes propriety. And you can see she kind of stands there hesitantly, thinking for a moment. I simply had hoped that you might use your gift to divine something of these eggs' fate, to help us prepare for what is coming.
I've been seeing a fate, a future that is terrible if we keep messing with anything draconic. And she's just gonna like fall to the ground and just start like crying into her hands. We made a mistake. It was a mistake, and now I don't know how to stop it. I feel like everything is just coming.
Princess, please. What if I reach out to an individual I trust a great deal within the House of Astrolor, who is an expert on divination magic? Perhaps they could help bring clarity. What I have read of divination is it does not show the future. It shows potential futures. It shows slices, pieces, but not the whole truth. Those most skilled in it can see that truth. They can recognize the thread you are on and trace it all the way. Perhaps you feel so overwhelmed because you do not know how to use your talents. Your father, he is afraid of divination. But I think it is because he lacks understanding of it. If we begin to understand these visions, we might find some semblance of truth in them and how to avoid it. Wouldn't it be the dream of yours to be the one to save the kingdom, Via, by preventing whatever garish history you've seen before you?
Yeah, I guess so. And it was, it like hurts though now ever since that night.
Ever since you saw you called it the Crimson Tide.
Mm-hmm.
And how long ago was that, Via?
It was, the beginning of my last year at school, and I couldn't tap back into my magic the same way I used to. It I felt like something just severed and snapped. Seeing little visions and things came very naturally, and now it feels like it just takes everything out of me to do it.
Very interesting.
But if somebody else can help me, because sometimes I say things and I can't control it, and then sometimes it takes a lot.
There is someone. If you would like, I will not force you into this, Via. I apologize for my pressure before. You would not believe the pressure that is on me from the king, from the council, to figure out something with these eggs. I have my own scholarly intuition and pursuit of what to do, but I'm looking for any tool, any one who could help. You found these eggs. You have seen glimpses of what they may or may not be.
I will tell you, what I see is a lot of death associated with these eggs. I've never seen anything good. Specifically 5 bodies. And I'm really scared.
As I said, that could just be a path that should we not do what is right, what is to protect those people, the kingdom, it could be what happens.
Okay, I'll help you. I don't want that fate to come true.
Wonderful. His name is Master Lysander Astrolor. He is an Arcan, same as Lady Solara. Related to her. If you would like, I could reach out to him to come to Crown's Rest, and perhaps he could help you figure out these visions, find some truth to them.
Yeah, I need help. I don't know what to do about them. And I hope they're not true. I feel awful pushing my siblings into things just to make sure that this weird concept in my head doesn't come true. But yeah, I need help.
And we will get you help, my princess. We will get to the bottom of this, and regardless of what ritual took place, it does not matter now. The past is the past.
I'm afraid if we stop doing the ritual, something bad could happen.
This is a ritual you repeat, then?
It's a draconic ritual that the 3 of us repeat every night.
Continue the ritual.
Are you sure? I sent them letters telling them to stop it.
You sent falcons, yes?
Mm-hmm.
I will send messages to those houses to make sure that those letters do not reach them. Via, my concern is, should the ritual stop, what could happen? What we know is that you have been experiencing visions, but things have mostly been peaceful in Adaria since you started. My worry is that the initial ritual broke open the dam, but the next night, it was sealed up. And the next night, sealed up. The next night, sealed up. Should you stop, whatever thing you broke, whatever thing you started, could leak through. Who knows what
What's
it could
gonna
bring.
happen at the end of the ritual? And I don't even know how long. That's why I wanted the book about draconic language. I don't even know what we're doing.
Do you have the texts on the ritual?
No, we couldn't take it out of the book. There's 3 draconic words. 4. Power, blood, 3, cost. And it was a blood pact. This sounds so stupid now. Oh, God.
It is not stupid. I will travel to Arkenval and I will retrieve the book. They will not deny me taking anything from their libraries. I will do what I can to review this with the Master Diviner. And when you return from your next mission, whatever it may be, hopefully he will be here. And we can try and get some modicum of information from those visions and figure out how to stop it and how to end it properly. In many cases of communing with either divine or ghastly creatures, there is a very specific end to the ritual. For I know for some mediums, those that divine to the other side, to the hells or to limbo, should the ritual not end, the spirits will leak out of the world. They will become vengeful spirits that hunt and hurt and kill. Do not stop the ritual, yeah, for we do not know what will happen if you do.
Thank you, Morgana. We made a huge mistake.
I would not be so sure just yet. Perhaps the ritual you started is what is allowing these dragons to return to life.
We don't want that.
I have read of reports the last time eggs fell from the Starwind Channel 1,500 years ago. Yeah. These eggs are old. They should have long been hatched by now. In fact, on the depths of the sea, they probably died there. But I think perhaps, after what you have told me, that your ritual awoke them. And if you stop that ritual, you could very well kill them. And then, if you do that, you go against the council's wishes, some of your family members. I hear that Prince Merrick has made quite a connection with the green egg, the emerald one.
Right. Okay.
All right. We will figure this out, Princess. We will learn whatever afflicts you, and we will give it a rhyme and a reason, so you can divine confidently, and hopefully no longer with any ailments.
Thank you.
It is my sworn duty to serve the king, his hand, and the heirs.
Okay. Yeah. Is that, everything?
Yes. I believe I have pushed you very hard today, Princess Octavia, and I apologize greatly for that. It was improper. It did not follow the right decorums. I allowed myself to lose control in that moment, and I will not let that happen again. I apologize greatly.
No, it's okay. I wasn't supposed to tell anybody. That was the other thing we swore to each other, but I don't think I could hold on to that any longer.
No.
So.
I would say, though, and you see her kind of like her eyes, not darting back and forth, but she's thinking. I would be afraid to know how your siblings would react if they learned this information.
You don't think they...
Considering how adamantly Xanthi wished to have the eggs destroyed, I could see her try to pressure you to stop the ritual, further dividing your family. And I would hate to see that happen. As I hear what happened in Rosemont, you and the heirs, you and your siblings, you have many things to work through.
But don't secrets make things worse?
They can. But there is also a time and a place to walk into that light of truth. I think tempers are too hot right now. There needs to be a right moment.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, allow me to walk you out. And she'll kind of help you up. And you'll walk out together.
Didn't see that coming, not gonna lie, Joe.
What do you mean? I'm sure that everybody's conversations are going to be exactly what they were anticipating.
Yeah.
Okay. Sophia, you and the Archmage leave. She helps you get on your way, get a little bit more confidence in your step. And then you head back to the Manor of the King's Hand. Anybody else got anything they want to do on this fine rainy day?
Yes.
Yeah, what's up, Merritt? What you got?
Well, I want to have my conversation, unless that's a no-go.
Do you? Yeah, sure, go for it. So we'll say after everything with Kaylin and Gareth showing up and taking a little bit of time for yourself, you end up heading out right around sundown, right as things are starting to cool down for the day. And the rain at this point actually is starting to break. In the letter, Lady Alendra, Malus, she does ask that you meet her at the Upper City Harbor to have your conversation there by the port.
Cool. Merrick will absolutely head there.
Okay, alrighty, Marek. You head there, indeed you do. As I look for my, where's the thing at? Where's it? Crownlands? What the hell? Oh, it's because I'm searching for something. Brother. I've used Foundry for so long, you'd think I'd learn a thing or two by now. Okay. So the rain has stopped.
You've forgotten more than I know, buddy.
And you make your way to the harbor. All right. And let me go ahead and move you guys to the Crowned Rest Upper City Harbor.
I'll say this is uplifting, cheering music. Maybe this won't be completely soul-wrenching. That'd be nice.
No, I'm sure it's going to be great. All right. So, Merrick, the Upper City Harbor is still bustling with activity, despite the late hour. Lanterns sway on ship masts. They cast these sort of dancing, reflecting lights along the water. And there's the smell of salt that mingles with fish and rope and exotic spices from recently docked merchant vessels. The imposing stone structure of the harbor master's storehouse stands near the main pier, its window glowing with a warm light. Lady Alendra Malus waits outside the storeroom, dressed as elegant as ever, her bright auburn red hair sort of glistening with the lantern light around her. As she sees you, she is happy that you were able to make it on this day. She says, Prince Merrick, thank you for coming on such short notice. After everything that happened with Rainier, I would have understood if you would have delayed our meeting. Well, indefinitely.
Well, I know more is coming for us eventually, so getting one thing checked off my list seemed like a wise decision.
That is very correct. With everything I hear from the king and what else the council has been discussing, I think it is a I don't think it's too far away from you all receiving your next mission, so very wise on your part, my prince. Well, I think that while I do enjoy the ambiance of the harbor, I think it'd be best if we step inside. The harbor master has been kind enough to allow us to converse within his private office.
Probably a wise decision. Please lead the way.
Of course. And I am so incredibly sorry. I need to be right back because I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. The hydrate option was a bad idea. No.
God,
Entertain.
so
I'll be right back. We're not
funny.
going to a beer
Go.
I was
So
like,
how's
did
it
something
going?
happen in the house? What's going on?
Nah, people made him hydrate too often. How's it going, chat?
More water. we're on the
Okay,
docks,
that bit.
baby.
I'm also going to take
He
advantage
ain't
of this moment. I'll
pissing
be
every
right
half
back.
hour.
Oh God, everyone's falling inside.
People can't hold their piss. Well,
What happened to the good old piss cup?
Oh man.
Yeah.
good old.
Maybe not on stream, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
straight
Joe's,
to camera.
Joe's on camera.
What do you mean? Just keep it above the waist, you know? Never mind. That's
Below
weird.
is for the OnlyFans.
Mm.
Oh, that'll
It
go
is
to
Twitch.
$5 a month. Go ahead.
Yes. No, we
That's
don't
a
have
weird
one
thing.
of those.
We're gonna move on
Just
from
everyone in the chat, we don't have one of those.
Okay.
Oh shit, he's back.
that. That was the fastest piss in the West.
Because I had to listen, it's across
Did
the
you wash
hall.
your hands?
It's yes, I did. My hands
on the
are
way there and on the
Fastest
way
piss in the West is the greatest thing you've ever said, Gayla. I adore that.
Okay. We're back. We're ready to go.
Well,
I'm so
Merrick's not.
Well, Merrick's
Well, yeah,
pissing
we don't have
himself.
Ryan now.
Ryan, dude.
We also have
Look,
to
in his
piss.
defense, I don't think anyone thought you were gonna take a 3-second piss.
Thanks for the follow, old chubby.
Pissing from rain.
Shave for the piss.
Yeah, I covered my camera up. It's just right across the hall, like right past that door. So in the frame, I was just look, mom, no hands.
Were you just at your office door?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anyway,
Oh my God.
Kobe. All right.
You.
Okay. All right. Serious faces, everybody. We're playing a game. Yeah. No fun in this game. Not to be had. Only bad times.
Suffering.
Only suffering. Okay. Alrighty. So with that, finally diving back in, you enter into the main floor of the storehouse. It is this cavernous space filled with barrels, spices, crates, the scent of wood and tar. There are a few clerks that work at desks near the entrance recording the day's inventory, and there is a wide staircase that leads above to the office. And she gestures in front for you to walk forward first, allowing the prince to proceed before she does.
And he will.
Yep. And you can see that as you're walking up, she's just making casual conversation, talking about shipments and various things related to House Veltaris and House Malus, trying to make sure that you're up to date on the comings and goings of House Veltaris. That's, you know, you are a Veltaris. It's part of your responsibility to at least be aware of that stuff.
By the way, she's the Eladrin, correct?
She is, yeah.
Can I tell what season she's in right now?
She's in autumn right now, matching the season that it currently is.
Who? I was just curious.
There is Lady Alindra. Alrighty. Cool. So, you all, or the two of you make your way up the stairs. And she will open the door for you to the harbor master's office. And as she does, Merrick,
Good music on.
the harbor master's office is well appointed with nautical maps on the walls, solid desk made from ship timber, and a large window overlooking the harbor. She opens the door for you. You enter first, and Inside the harbor stands Sharn Veltaris. Facing the window, tall, imposing silhouette framed against the darkening sky and the harbor lights. She turns as the door opens, her green eyes sharp and calculating. As Lady Alindra looks at her and says, "I will ensure that you are not disturbed, my lady." She bows and exits, closing the door behind her. "Hello, my son. It's good to see you this evening."
Mother, I did not realize that you were here. I was looking for your ship.
No, it was best to come quietly. I understand what happened to your uncle. I am very sorry to hear about his unfortunate wounds. However, I would have preferred not to have stayed in Crown's Rest any longer than what I already have, so thank you for making the time for me now that has transpired. You waited until the evening, though. Busier this morning.
Yes, had some things I needed to take care of. Had I known this was you, I would have come here first.
Yes. Well, it is the duty of any lord or lady of the house to ensure that they come promptly. Perhaps even if it is someone of a lesser house, ensure that you listen to them. Only seems appropriate, my son, don't you think?
Of course. Sorry.
Yes. You're forgiven. The King's Hand, though, that is an interesting title that my son now bears. Tell me about this, as she moves to a decanter of wine on the desk and will open it, and she'll pour 2 glasses.
I'm sure that your ears and influence reach far. I don't think there's much I could tell you that you don't already know.
You are correct, my son, but although word does travel quickly, even of classified missions, I do have questions that I would like to have answered. Serwyn Keep stood abandoned for decades. Yet suddenly the king sends his children there. She'll extend a glass of wine towards you, Merrick. Do you take it?
Yeah, he takes it. He's waiting for her question before he starts drinking or anything.
Yeah, of course. What did you find within Serwyn Keep that caused the King's Hand to stay there for so long? As I heard, one of the heirs stayed within Serwyn Keep at all times until Lady Valora Astralor's caravan arrived.
That is correct.
Well, what
we found
was it?
something. Mother, it's going to change everything. And she can see that, like, Merrick's, like, excited. Like, she can tell his heart's beating, like, really quickly. Did she not tell you?
Tell me what? What did you find?
Merrick glances around, making sure, like, the door's shut, they're alone.
Yeah. Was it the gauntlet? A Vargro's nightmare? Or was it one of the Crimson Court's artifacts?
No, it was something else entirely. It was what seems like a backup plan for Draven should the worst happen. Underneath that crypt, I found a deserted room. It had been blocked off and sealed. Draconic writing all over it. And Mother, there were eggs. 3 of them.
Three dragon eggs. And you brought them back to Dragon's End, and they're within the keep now. Safe.
They're safe.
What does the council plan to do with these eggs, then?
Most of them wanted to destroy them.
But Talon decided to keep them?
After some convincing, yes.
I did not think he had it in him to wield a weapon that powerful.
He was ready. It was drawn. It was his decision to save them in the end.
But you think this was a backup plan of the King in Crimson?
Can't say for certain, but we believe so. Whatever happened, though, he wasn't able to return. It's not like Rosemont is that far away from the capital, not with the resources he had at his disposal.
See, she steps closer towards you. Merrick, remember this, my boy. Those eggs were a weapon. The weapons of the King in Crimson broke and bent people of weak will. Are you going to let it break you?
I am not weak.
Good. I know you are not. You should attempt to bond with one of these eggs. If you're able to make a strong enough connection, you might be able to sway it. It might hold allegiance to you rather than, well, of course it should be loyal to His Majesty. But a prince with a dragon would be hard to say no to.
I'll do what I can. They're under 24/7 surveillance. But I'll find a way.
Yes, you will. There's my boy. Not lacking of conviction and not full of fear. Good. Dragon eggs. This is going to change Adaria. Merrick, you are very right about that. Well, as I also heard, Lady Solara was appointed to be a purveyor of draconic knowledge. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. While that partnership
She's-
really serves very little of our house, I think it can be used in this instance. Try and get as much as you can from her. She's probably distraught about the death of her cousin, uncle, whichever it was. Here, do something nice for her, and make sure that it is of House Veltaris, not of Falkrest. And she'll sort of reach down into a pouch, and she'll hand you 500 gold.
Merrick will take it. I will come up with something that will mean much to her.
Good.
She will appreciate it, I'm sure.
Good. You can see a smile on her face, very genuine. You do your house proud, my boy. Also,
Thank you, Mother.
your grandfather sends his regards. He's quite pleased with your appointment to the King's Hand, though he does wonder when you'll visit Kraken's Reach. It's been some time since you've seen him. He misses you, as he made sure that I stressed to you.
Please pass on that I miss him too. I would love to recount what happened in Serwyn Keep. I wish you could have seen the fight. Mother, I performed well.
I'm sure your performance in that battle is what is expected of you. Nothing but the best, my boy. She'll kind
Of course.
clap your cheek. And she'll move towards the door as she goes to sort of pull her hood up to cover her face, and she'll turn with her hand on the door handle and look back to you and say, "But my boy, remember where your true strength lies. It is not in a dragon. It is not in some relic of an ancient time like Dragon's Bane. It is in your will, determination. That is what has always set you apart. That is what makes you a proud Beltaris."
I will not forget, Mother.
Good.
I never will.
Good. With that, she'll open the door, walk out, shut it behind her, leaving you alone within the harbor master's office.
Merrick doesn't realize how straight he was sitting while with her, as he almost just kind of like melts into the chair the moment she's gone. He'll just breathe, and he'll take like 5 minutes before getting up and seeing himself out.
Sounds good. So you head back out, back into the dock, and you can see Lady, well, as you exit out into the storeroom before heading outside, Lady Alindra waits there. And as you get to the bottom of the stairs, she does not reference the fact that you just talked to Sharn or that she deceived you. She just says, "As I was saying, my prince, I do believe something that is very important for you to keep in mind is the positioning of the warships that we have, just in case you might ever need to call upon them." And she'll just sort of, like you hadn't stopped talking, as the two of you exit out onto the main street, to make it seem like you'd only been talking about that the whole time with her.
Cool.
Super cool.
So cool.
So awesome. All right. Pretty cool.
Traitor.
Wondered when the
Boys,
first
You
time
don't
was
even
gonna
call
crack.
Alan Dad. I don't want to hear it from you.
Yeah, because he's a bitch.
Whoa,
bitch.
dude. That's treason. I want you to know.
Nah.
Have you drawn and quartered for that?
Prisoners actually can't become king, sir.
Do you want to stay over there?
All right. So,
Good comeback.
the rest of the day passes. And eventually, night falls. As at this point, all of you return to the manor of the King's Hand. Now, you know that tomorrow you will have a petitioner arriving, as the rain does return as night begins to... What the heck? As night begins to descend. So, does anybody have anything else they want to do on this night before the first petitioner arrives tomorrow?
Do I have something I want to do?
I think Xanthi does.
Xanthi's gonna find Edwin. Hopefully alone. Yeah, you.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Has he been out doing things? Has he been keeping to his room? What's the vibe?
No, he didn't sleep at all last night. He's in his room asleep. After our talk, Edwin went. His whole routine out the window for today. He just went to sleep.
Yeah, poor Edwin.
Yeah. Didn't even brush his teeth.
Yeah, so he's gonna probably like knock on his door for a hot minute. I don't know if that wakes him up, or if he is just in that deep sleep. But
Is
if
he
he doesn't-
45? He's 45 years old. No.
Yeah, she had his anyways. And kind of pauses to see that you are asleep and hesitates for just a moment. But then she will take off her glove that she like always wears, and she's gonna slap him on the face with it.
Ow! Ow!
Crack.
Good evening, brother.
Good evening. I would ask why, but I think I know. You could knock?
I did. Repeatedly.
Oh. I didn't get much sleep last night. Then he sits up. Yes.
And this whole time she's just like been staring so intently at you, still like clenching that glove. But then once he sits up, she's just gonna grab him and give him just a big hug. I read your letter.
Yeah, he was. You could tell he was tense, and then once you hug him, you can feel like just tension go away, and he hugs you back.
When in the hells were you going to tell anyone about this?
Sandy, I've wanted to tell so many people about this. I just haven't had a chance, and now Edwin's gonna look around at the room, Joe. Is there any like paintings with eyes that are looking? Is there anything that he sees?
No, it seems to be in this moment, this late in the
Wiretap.
evening, you are alone, and you believe, without any deep investigation, which we can probably say Edwin had spent a long time trying to see if there was anything in here. It doesn't seem like there's anything anybody could use to spy on you in here.
Okay. He kind of releases the hug and kind of pushes you, like grabs your shoulders, Anthony, and holds you back, and you can see that there's tears welling in his eyes. I don't know what to do, Sandy.
Well, I should think not. It was incredibly stupid and... Gods, Edwin. I wish I could... No, I wish I could say more to you. I just...
No. We're probably safe in here, but I don't want to risk it. I saw the spy master last night. I don't want to say too much, but you read the letter. It was very apparent that the church wants me to fight for the crown.
And I think she's genuinely just like lost what to say.
Xanthi, I'm scared.
I always knew nothing was going to be good that came from that church.
I've never known it to be so... I've never known that it would be like this. But I want so badly to tell everyone, but it's too dangerous.
Why hadn't you told anyone before? How long were you going to go without letting any one of us know? Do you know how important this is?
I don't know. I don't know, Santi. I never found a right time, and I love our home so dearly. But it has so many problems. I couldn't do that. Not now, at least.
And everything that happens now is better, is it?
Oh, things are much worse. But I don't...
Oh, it's so stupid, Edwin.
Have you ever known me to be intelligent?
No.
I'm very wise. Can't take that away from me, but intelligence is not my best trait. I don't know what to do. And if I'm being honest, had this not happened, I don't know if I would have said anything. But the spy master knows.
What do you want to do? What do you want me to do? What do you want me not to do? And the others, are you... Will you tell them?
I would very much like to. But now, after last night, if I do, it's... It'll make more danger. It's... I just know I can trust you. I know I can trust you. I know I can trust all of them.
So then why not say something? Spy Master works in secrets because that secret gives him leverage. You remove the leverage, what is he going to do? If everyone knows he can't make a move, you'll put him in a position that, well, would put him in danger himself.
I've thought of this, but what if he has a contingency plan? If I do tell everyone, hell, if I tell Father. He's not the spy
Not
master.
even Father knows?
No. And I would like to keep it that way for now.
If the Spy Master is threatening you, Edwin, that is something that Father should know.
I agree. But you do
If
not give that information away without having a backup plan.
He
That is my
threatening
worry.
you, that is only a few short steps away from threatening him as well. He is on our Father's council. He needs to be someone that our Father can trust. He needs to be deposed. We need to find a way to get him so.
I agree. But I'm scared of the consequences. There's only one person that would have told him.
And that would be?
looking up the name. I had it up, and then I didn't. Father Aldrin.
And so then you believe he may have been the one to betray you?
I know he was. He's the one who taught me everything. He's the one that went to Nornathi with me. He's the only other person who knew. I know he was the one who said it. But again, I can't... I'm just worried if the spy master knows I said anything. Did you burn the letter?
Us?
And you weren't followed. No one knows that you had it.
It never left this manor. That I promise you. But, as I said, I believe the only thing we can do is find a way to silence the spy master. Push him out somehow.
We have to do it carefully.
Still must be done. And that might have to involve getting our father in on us. Give him some sort of knowledge. Well, the easiest option would be for him to dismiss him himself. But, well, I suppose it would be easy enough to mount charges of treason against him. Be sent away to that Veltaris prison where no one will ever hear his name again.
I think I want to send word. But I don't know how. I need to make sure that they're safe before anything goes, before any plan can take effect. I can't send a raven. I can't use any of the mages either to send a message.
Talia has a way of eluding whatever is in the message. But again, the easiest way to ensure that they are safe is to know that he is no longer a threat. I know that you are, well, less inclined towards such action, Edwin, but it is necessary, and I think that surely in this circumstance you must understand that especially.
I don't want to kill him, Xanthi.
Well, I'm not necessarily implying it. But if he is a threat to this family, if he is a threat to this kingdom, then he must be dealt with.
I agree. We need to figure out a good enough plan. So I think for now, we keep this between us. For now. And I play his game. Until we figure out something. And Edwin's
Cannot
gonna hug
believe
Xanthi.
Yeah, she was about to do the exact same thing. Cannot keep it a secret forever, though.
I know. Thank you. I love you, little sister.
Love you too, Edwin.
My cheek still hurts.
Good. Maybe you'll take it as a lesson. And she'll give a little wink at that.
I'm gonna go back to bed now.
At least this time it is the evening. She'll at least join us for dinner, though.
Wait, that's now? Okay, fine. I'll eat. And Edwin, I guess, is going to get up and follow Xanthi, and then immediately go, oh, hold on. I'll meet you there. I need to get dressed. And then...
Okay. All right. So with that, all of you head to dinner. You share a meal together. During this time that you guys are sort of sitting together eating after an incredibly long day, is there anything anybody's talking about in particular?
Via's pushing her food around her plate. She's not really eating.
Okay.
No, I got
Everything...
nothing.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
well, I mean, Edwin's gonna notice. Yeah. Is the food not good, Via?
No, it's great. Just not that hungry today.
She's lying.
Yeah.
What? No, I'm not. Just not that hungry.
Nope, you did that thing where you look away when you're lying.
What thing? I don't
You have a thing.
I'm doing it right now.
Okay, fine, whatever. I have a thing. And she's gonna shove the plate and then go upstairs, like storming.
Okay, that's odd, right?
Yeah. Normally she's not. I can't deal with it.
Kaylin gets off. And he's gonna go and knock on Via's door.
If you can tell, why don't you come in already?
Kaylin just slowly takes her hand off the door. Okay, but do I have your permission to come inside?
Yeah.
Okay. And she'll open the door.
Via's like, just kind of like glooming, kind of like sitting on her bed, just being grumpy.
I'm sorry for calling you out on your thing.
Okay.
But Via, you are our thread. Our glue or whatever. You're the one keeping this all together. What is going on? I don't like when you're like this.
I'm keeping this together? No wonder we're a mess.
Kaylin's gonna sit down on your bed.
I mean, I don't think it's that unclear. Like, everything that happened with Uncle Rainier and, I don't know, everything we just keep doing here and there's been a lot. Like, I just am processing it all, you know? It's fine. Just didn't have an appetite, I guess.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I don't think so. You're pretty much always helpful. You pretty much always know what to do and say, and yeah.
I don't think that's true.
It's been pretty true so far, at least.
Well, everything I say isn't always right, and I can tell you right now, not everyone likes what I have to say.
What was that thing that happened to you back at Rainier? Kind of when we were taking care of him?
We're in the Serpent's Grove. There is a very special group of people called Veil Walkers, and they can, in a weird, strange way, step into the ethereal plane. And they can see the essence of things. Not always, but if you're really good at it, you can see all sorts of things. But I don't know how to do it without drinking something special. I didn't get that far. But I think I made it right. I saw something. And it's sort of like an out-of-body experience. You go into a space in between. And that's where I saw Rainier and some strange thing. I don't know, it looked like it was trying to crush him, devour him. Yeah.
Did you see anything else? It was like what was it? What did it look like?
It was like a black form. It had all of these tendrils coming off of it, and it was just encompassing his entire form, and it's like every time he tried to move, it would just wrap itself further around him. I've never seen anything like it before. There are strange things. I've seen a lot of strange things, but I've never seen anything like that before.
I know you've seen a lot. I remember the stories you used to tell me.
This was far more scary than the stories.
I believe it. I do. Your shadow had like antlers.
What?
Your shadow, like when you took that potion thing, grew antlers.
Mine did.
Yours.
Kind of furrows her brow for a second.
Is that not part of it?
No, it's not. Strange. But this isn't about me, Via. This is about you. You saw something too, right?
I did.
What did you see?
Can't tell you.
Why not?
I'm working on it with Morgana. There's just a lot of pieces. And she said it'd be better to just keep it between us. So, yeah.
I see.
And she's gonna help me. So there was a lot. It's been a lot. This whole thing's been a lot. I just want all of us to get along. And it feels like we're all kind of starting to creep closer to that. And yeah, so it'll be fine. and I'm gonna work through whatever I'm seeing, because you know Dad thinks it's bad anyway, so it's probably not even like worth looking into. So, but yeah.
No, it's most certainly worth looking into, Via, and it's not bad. Just because something is strange and different doesn't mean it's bad. Do you trust Morgana?
I wasn't sure originally, but yeah, I do. I mean, she seemed way more knowledgeable about everything, and she has resources and connections that I don't immediately have, and everything she was saying made sense, you know, and so it'll be nice to be able to organize what I'm seeing and interpret it better.
Just be careful. I don't think that woman likes me too much.
Well, she kind of just comes across that way, you know? Like, I kind of thought that about her too. Like, I was, you know, working with her like every day, and I didn't think she really cared for me, but she, you know, heard that I was struggling, and she decided to, you know, offer out a hand, a helping hand. And so I think she just kind of is one of those, like, hot and cold kind of people, you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. But Via, you're naive. Go with me. Because you are so kind. And I like to think that you like to think the best of people. But not everybody who is interested in you and interested in the gifts that you have, they don't always have the best intentions. So I just ask that you are mindful of what you share with her, but if you trust her, that's good. But there's nothing wrong with having a little bit of guard. And just caution with what you say and how much you say.
Yeah, it's just kind of hard for her to help me if I keep secrets, and I hate keeping secrets. I feel like my whole life lately has just been keeping secrets, and so I'm like just wanting to freaking talk about stuff. And
You can talk about stuff with me.
yeah, I guess it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I don't know. She just said it'd be better, you know, to like keep between us. So, but I don't know.
I understand. Would you like to hear a story? Great. She's gonna like take the candle from your room and she's going to take you to the floor.
Just like when we were kids.
Yeah, and she's gonna just start making little shadow creatures with her hands, and she's just gonna tell a fun story from the Serpent's Grove. And she's going to, I think Kaylin is very good at shadow puppetry.
Of course she is.
Weirdly enough, she's pretty good at it. She makes some weird ass shapes with her hands, with her fake hand too. I like to think that causes some type of shadow on the wall.
Ooh.
But this time it's not a scary story. I think it's a happy story. I don't know what that story is, but it's something positive.
That's so sweet. Yeah, and she'll give Kaylin a hug when she's done, and she'll say, I'll tell you more later. It's just been a long day, so, but yeah, I mean, you'll get it. So I don't know what Morgana's so worried about, honestly. So
Yeah, you can tell me whenever you're ready to. It's okay. I am used to people not trusting me. So I understand.
Oh, no, it has nothing to do with that, at least for my end. Really.
She's just gonna smile and squeeze your hand. It's okay. I will see you in the morning.
Yeah. See you in the morning.
We shall smile and leave.
Now I cry.
Okay. All righty. So some of you go back and finish your dinner. Others of you finish it at the table there and head to sleep for the evening. Now, as all of you wake up the next morning, you do have the one of the petitioners that is arriving today, but I would like to make a proposition that we skip the petitioner for now. We revisit that next session. Maybe they got delayed. They come the next day. Because I am going to roll a die here, and I want to finish on one of two conversations, whether it be Via's one-on-one, or not Via's one-on-one, sorry, Xanthi's one-on-one with Sir Otis, or if it is Caitlin's one-on-one with Lord Gareth. Gemma, odd or even?
Odd.
Odd? All right.
Scream.
I don't like making choices.
That is a 4. So, Kayla, we're going to go with...
Rookie mistake.
The dice betray Gemma.
You always go
Yeah,
even.
that's accurate.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and skip to the next evening. So that is going to be... Skip ahead here. The 22nd at 6 p.m. All right. Once again, raining. And Kaylin, today it is very, very, very cold as you make your way to Dragon's End, to the Tower of the King Regent. So real quick, before Kaylin arrives at the Tower of the King Regent, was there anything she wanted to prepare, or anything she wanted to do beforehand, or is she just showing up?
I mean, I think she'd just show up. I mean, like, if he's gonna ask about the Serpent Grove, I mean, all of the knowledge she has is with her, so...
Okay, sounds good.
Samson is promptly with her as well.
Of course.
Can't go far without my bud.
So you make your way up to the Tower of the King's Hand. So, as you arrive at the tower, or not of the King's Hand, sorry, of the Lord Regent, and as you arrive, the servants, they welcome you. They take your coat, they take anything else you want them to have, and they have it hanged up and cleaned during your meeting. And one of the servants escorts you up, and you can see that she is a younger woman, maybe of 20, 21 years old, and she sort of as she's walking up the stairs, she says, "My lady, Kaylin, that's correct, right? That is what Lord Gareth told us to address you by?"
That is correct.
Well, of course, my lady Kaylin, I must say that a lot of us here are very excited that you would come to the Lord the Lord Regent's tower. We have spent a great deal of our lives on the border of the Serpent's Grove, and your people have always been, well, at least in the villages that I came from, they were very kind to us, and we're very excited to see what you might be able to do in bridging that gap more.
That makes me so happy to know. Thank you. It's important for me to bridge that gap as much as possible.
And that makes many of us very happy to hear. But we are here. Your dinner has already been prepared, and Lord Gareth awaits you in the hall. Please enjoy, my lady. She gives a very low, honorable bow, and will open the door for you.
she'll go in and take a seat.
Ah, my lady Kaylin, you do me this great honor, this great pleasure. Please have a seat. Have a seat.
She'll bow her head and sit down.
I had asked the royal chefs what you most prefer, so you'll find your favorite meal underneath that lid to keep it warm. And also, I did inquire as to what treats Samson most prefers, so that smaller lid right there, if you lift it up, he should hopefully be all right, sitting in our company for the time being.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Of course. I just wished for any guest to this hall to feel as comfortable as possible.
Well, you've done a great job. Thank you. I feel very honored.
Very good.
And you see he kind of like ruffles his feathers a bit and adjusts his deep green robe embroidered with the golden thread.
My lady Kaylin, I must be honest. I am interested in speaking of broadening the gap, or shrinking the gap, I mean to say, between the Serpent's Grove and that of House Thornfield, as well as the rest of Adaria. But my people are farmers. They till the earth, they speak to it in their own way, not the same way that those of the Serpent's Grove do, but in their own way they do. We are honest people. I like to think we cut to the chase. We do not prattle and linger on longer than what is necessary. So if it's quite all right with you, I would like to cut to the chase as to why I asked you to be here.
Of course.
It is of my opinion, and mine alone. I am not a fan of the politicking that happens within these halls, but I understand that keeping secrets, keeping cards close to the chest, I suppose I should say, does you more favors than harm in a place like Crown's Rest. But it isn't my opinion that I wish to share with you now, that I believe if Adaria is to move in a positive direction, a way that will inspire hope and kindness, prosperity, and communion, I believe that there is only one proper choice for my king to make, to name heir. And I believe that person is you, my lady.
Does he mean that?
Make an insight check.
Okay, I will. $21.
21? As far as you can tell, it seems as though he's being entirely honest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Kaylin kind of surprised sets, her fork down.
Okay. Okay, we're talking. I'm not going to eat.
Gareth, that Lord Thornfield, that means honestly the world to me that someone actually stands behind my plight for this.
Please, we are speaking here as allies. If you wish to call me Gareth, you are more than allowed to, my lady.
Kaylin is fine. Thank you.
Of course, Kaylin.
I think that it is so important that we have such a strong relationship. I mean, the Serpent's Grove is so much more than people know. And if it wasn't for them, Terria might not be what it is today.
Exactly. No, without them at the Dragon's Triarchy, to slay those dragons, especially Zazarus, it wouldn't have happened in the first place.
Yes. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And
I hope
you do
that more
not need to
people can see
thank
that.
me. It is what is best for this kingdom.
Well, not everyone will think that.
No, I can think of a few people that would very much disagree with me, but I believe that most people have too much personal interest in who rules the kingdom. It's not what I personally gain from it. It's what the people of this kingdom stand to gain from it that I care most about.
Kaylin's smiling. No, I agree. I think that's one of the problems. I think we're all forgetting about what it is the people need. I feel as though we're all so caught up in playing games and, like you said, politicking that we're forgetting about there's an entire kingdom of people who don't feel as though they have a say in any of the decisions that we make.
Exactly. Exactly, and that is something that you see so clearly that most others do not. Your brother Edwin, he does. The Prince, Edwin, he does see it more clearly. But I'm afraid he does not have the same conviction that you do. From what Talon has told me of your mother, it seems as though that is something that you and her share a great deal of.
Well, my mother cared a lot about people. And she would put herself before anyone. And I think that is a quality very important to have.
I agree. Tell me, Kaylin, I am curious about how you would handle a particular portion of this situation.
Yes, what do you mean?
There is a belief within the court, their words, not mine, I wish to be clear, that you are unfit to rule because you are a bastard. What do you think of that? What would you say to that?
Well, I would say that's nonsense. Our house is built upon bastards, about people who come together to build a family. To me, titles are only one thing. There's so much more to a person than what you call them by. It's your actions, it's what you do. And at the end of the day, Talon is still my father too. So I have every right to be here.
I absolutely agree. Tell me, Kaylin, do you wish to know the best kept secret of House Thornfield? Well, I guess second best kept, but do you wish to know it?
As long as you wish to tell it.
As long as it does not leave this hall here, I will share it with you.
Oh, of course, you have my word.
I am a bastard. I never knew my father, just the man who raised me, the late Lord Robert Thornfield. He never knew either. It was something my mother told me the day he died. It changed my outlook on the world. I used to look down on bastards, truth be told. Then, in a single moment, I became one. It had always been that way, you see. I'd always been a bastard. I won tourneys, I commanded soldiers, I built my legacy, but in that moment it meant nothing, because the accident of my birth was all that mattered. Then I realized that didn't matter. The charade of divine rule doesn't matter, Kaylin. Humanoids, we are not special. We are all the same. All of us just born into different circumstances. I apologize for the rambling. I mean what I said. You should be queen, and one day, when and if you are, I suppose, let me not speak in absolutes, I think the first thing we should do is travel to the Serpent's Grove together. To start mending that gap, and who knows, perhaps we could travel there beforehand. I think it'd be good to travel through those woods.
Yes, I would love nothing more. I haven't been home since I've been here. And I can only imagine what's changed. But I think it would be good.
I think it would be as well. And if you hear rumors about raiders from the Serpent's Grove, I want you to know that I do not truly believe that is your people. They are raiding ships from the southern shore that are moving upward. It's just that many farmers believe that, well, the people of the Serpent's Grove are rather cruel. But I know that is not true. I do my best to dissuade the rumors, but you know how rumors can spread.
Well, unfortunately, there are always bad apples in a bunch, right? I'm sure there are those who have defected from our villages who maybe have let some of the darker whispers get into their heads.
Yes. Perhaps there are.
But that doesn't paint everyone in that same hue, if that makes sense. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand, is that we are not all the same. We are not savages by any means.
Indeed you are not. Well, I think that there have been enough secrets and politicking for this evening. I think that we enjoy each other's company and a good meal. What say you?
Yes, I agree. Thank you, Gareth.
Of course. And if I might just add one more thing, Kaelin.
Of course.
You should be very proud of yourself for the actions you took within Sow and Keep. In fact, I know that, at least speaking for myself, having seen the lot of you grow up, I at least am very proud of you and what you've become and what you've proven you've been capable of.
Thank you. I'd like to think I handled myself as well as I could.
From the reports, I hear that you did. Well, from the ones that were unbiased, at least, as unbiased as they could be. Others, definitely, well, were not the most kind to you. But I'm sure you can guess which one that was.
I will say, Gareth, between us, I feel as though a lot of people... I live on either end of the spectrum for them, right? I'm checking all the boxes, or I check none of them. But I don't know, I'm still scared.
Fear is a powerful motivator. Fear isn't the absence of bravery, Kaelin. Keep that in mind. All right? Whatever comes your way, you can handle it.
Thank you.
Now, if you don't mind, I think I have to eat these potatoes before they go cold. Otherwise, they turn into a grainy mess. Right?
There was nothing weird about any of that. He's genuine.
Yeah, you make
I don't trust anybody in this whole fucking game, man.
You can make another insight check.
Okay, I will.
Just take the win, Kayla. Someone needs it.
Yeah, 19. As far as you can tell, he's being honest, genuine. He, always, for as long as you've known him, and for as long as he's been around Talon, which is since him and Talon were, young guys just doing the tourney circuit before Talon left.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been friends for a while, and he's
Kaelin relaxes then at that point. I feel like this entire conversation she's been really tense because she wasn't sure what was necessary for this conversation, but yeah, she'll chill out a little bit, and she will also eat her potatoes.
Yes. What is Samson's favorite treat? What did the cooks prepare for Samson?
What is Samson like? I feel like coming to the keep, Samson likes bacon.
Okay, yeah, they give him diced bacon.
Hell yeah.
Right. Fantastic. His two tails just going crazy as he's just going to town on a bowl of bacon bits.
Oh, we all.
Alrighty. Well, I will say, Kaylin, as you finish up your conversation, we did finish up that conversation a little bit sooner than I anticipated. So if everybody has just a little bit more time, we could probably do Xanthus tonight also. If that's something everybody's interested in.
Let's do it.
I mean, I'm not gonna be the one saying no. So.
I'm okay with it.
Yes.
All right. We had no pushback. Felicity's not here, so she doesn't get a vote, just like Rainier. All right, cool.
Damn.
Why are you gonna bring our uncle into that?
What do you mean? What's up? Okay. So, Xanthi, your request was with one Sir Otis von Fem, Burgrave of Guildarrow Keep. Now, he had requested to meet with you for you to send him word, and he would make the journey to the manor of the King's Hand. It's not within his right to ask you to go anywhere. He would come and meet you where you are. So whenever you're free,
Good.
he will come to you. So we'll say maybe that same day, just in the afternoon.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, all right, sounds good. So yeah, we go ahead and go to the manor interior. Crocodile, alligator. Travis Chevrolet movie theater. Yeah, good. I'm glad you're confused. All right. So we will jump.
Okay.
What's going on? So we're gonna go ahead and jump to the manor of the Hand of the King. Xanthi, you wait for maybe an hour, as word eventually does reach Sir Otis, and he does arrive. Where is Xanthi at during this? Is she just kind of waiting in that sort of like foyer dining area for him to arrive, or was she doing something else in the interim?
Nah, she'd wait for him. I think she'd assume that, like, you know, as soon as he got word, if he's respectful enough, like, he would come. So she wouldn't get herself busy with anything else.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So you wait in that sort of central foyer area, doing maybe small bits of paperwork that you need to. And eventually Sir Otis of Guildarrow arrives. You can see the purple and blue embroidered fabric, the sort of like a shoulder half cape hanging off of his side. And you can see there the emblem of his house, of the keep he is Burgrave of, which is that of an antelope, embroidered in silver fabric on the cloak. And he says,
Thank you, my princess. It is a great honor that you would find the time to speak with me. I know a lowly Burgrave such as I does not demand the attention of a princess such as you, but I am thankful nonetheless.
Of course. Of course, grateful for you helping with the escort for myself and all my siblings as well.
Of course.
It's a long way to come from your home if your, well, lord is so ill.
Yes, it is quite sad what is happening to Lord Cedric. I do hope he will recover, but only time will tell. Medicine and tonics and healing can only go so far for a man as old as him. But I hope he does pull through.
Well, you must send my best regards for him.
I will, my princess. I did just want to say, before I make my request, I have heard tell. I've gone to various taverns throughout the city just to see what people are saying, and the King's Hand has made quite an impression. The people of Adaria, I think, rest just a little bit easier knowing that in this circumstance, it seems as though law prevails.
That ought to be the purpose of the hand, at least. I do mean to ensure that it will continue to be. for this iteration of it.
I'm very glad to hear that. I think that, well, while it is a very nuanced topic, I feel as though law is something that has been rather laxed in Adaria as of late. You most likely do not see it as much, as I take it you had been quite busy as a captain of the Adarian Watch for a time.
For a time, yes.
Crown's Rest is much different than the rest of Adaria. You may have heard small tales of it, but the bandits truthfully plague the countryside. The lands of House Thornfield suffer the brunt of it, but it's everywhere. The various keeps abandoned after countless civil wars. And now, they grow as bold as to attack travelers on the roads. It is a sad time that we're currently living in, so knowing the King's Hand will try their best to enforce it is a comfort to many, 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 many people. But I must admit, I am not here just to celebrate the accomplishments and the word that is already being spread of the King's Hand. I do come with a request, if you would graciously hear it out, my princess.
Well, of course. What is it that you have to say?
I come to Crown's Rest and to Dragon's End as a petitioner. And I was hoping you might speak with your father about something that could ease fears even further. You see, I had hoped to petition for some additional enforcement along the roads and the keeps. A declaration of sorts. One stating that the Adarian Watch will expand, and that the days of unchecked banditry and raiders preying upon our lands would come to an end. I know many fear the Adarian Watch growing in size, for what it could mean for the power of the crown, but it is the crown's responsibility to protect its people, is it not? So I would wish that the crown would do everything in its power to do so.
Well, of course, naturally, you don't mean to imply that people are wary of the crown expanding their powers, do you not?
Some of the lords and ladies, they do fear it as what it could mean for them. For if the king's armies, not just the banner bearers of House Falkrest, but that loyal to the crown grows stronger, they could see it as a show of force to try and strong-arm them into enforcement, into whatever the crown says. But as I view it, what the crown says is law. And if the crown is protecting its people, what is there to worry about if perhaps some of these lords and ladies wish to use chaos to fill their own coffers? It's a very scary thought, but why else be afraid of the Adarian Watch expanding? I simply do not know.
I do believe that it is the crown's power as the people's power. If the crown is powerful, it is power that the people has. Anyone that does fear such, well, those are the ones that should be petitioning my father. No one in Adaria that seeks to only do good for Adaria has anything to fear from the crown.
I agree, my princess. I mean, especially with what has been stirring up within the Serpent's Grove, the whispers I hear. It's a different breed that comes from those woods. Of course, no offense to your dear sister. I promise I meant no offense.
No, I would value the information. We are naturally far from the Serpent's Grove here. Perhaps You, living far closer, would have some insights that have not quite reached us.
Yes. They have been, as I understand it, hiring pirates that come to their ports to take them around the southern coast and then upstream. Once they get upstream, they don different clothes to look like sea raiders. But then those that survive the raids, they recognize that style of magic, the gauntleted hands, the fast aggressive strikes. Only that of those of the Serpent's Grove know how. It's a great tragedy, honestly. And somehow, Lord Gareth seems to do not much about it. Of course, it is not my place to question a Lord Paramount. What he does is best for his people, but he has always been someone so against the Adarian Watch expanding. I just don't know why that is.
And so, with the expansion of the Adarian Guard, you would wish them to, well, be stationed to be able to deal with these raiders?
I am a man who likes to come into any situation with a plan, my princess, and I hope that you can appreciate that, knowing that I am more than happy to be open to any feedback you might think would improve it. But after doing some research and speaking with other Burgraves around Adaria, and friends of mine from my years of adventuring, the plan that we have is 10,000 gold. With 10,000 gold, there would be enough funding for 1,000 additional Adarian Watch soldiers to garrison keeps and patrol neglected roadways, not just the main roads, but even smaller roads that connect, say, the main roads to a city like Rosemont. Now, I, plus 50 other Burgraves, would ensure that these Adarian Watch are provisioned, that they have a place to stay, and that they need everything, that they have everything they need in order to succeed on their mission. I personally think it would be best if there are individuals that assist on a wider scale, making sure that everything is as organized as possible. Before becoming Burgrave, something that I did. I commanded soldiers in various mercenary companies within the Kingdom of Solele. I spent a great deal of time there, managing multiple mercenary companies, trying to protect those borders from any raiders that would dare attack it. But also, I think that having an individual of more potent, maybe even perceived as divine power, also assist in the commanding of those troops, knowing where they're going and providing any feedback. I think an individual like that would thrive in a position like that. And I know, me personally, there's only one individual I can think of that would excel in a role like that.
And the funds, in order to supply these soldiers, they would need to be soldiers, not mercenaries.
Correct. I think using the people of Adaria, asking for people to enroll from all over the nation. I know, at least from the small fortress that I watch over and the surrounding villages, there are men and women all over Adaria
chomping at the bit to be able to defend their countryside, protect it from those bandits. They just don't have the tools. They don't have the training necessary. That's something that...
And they have not been sent here for that training. For what reason?
Well, the Crown limits the amount of a Darien watch that they keep active at any one time. So although they wish to perhaps do something more, they are denied the right to defend their home unless they purchase the weapons and provisions themselves.
And so that would be part of the proposal?
Correct. The cost
And
is reduced, I believe. Me and the other Burgrades, we would train them in our various keeps. And they would use those as bastions for whenever they need to resupply or whenever they need to rest.
And so if you are to provide training, and provisions are also to be met, well, I do not see why so much gold must be spent on it.
My princess, respectfully, of course. The Adarian watch, I think, has a bit of a flair for the dramatic. The uniforms must all be of the same cut and cloth. They must use the finest leathers. The lever-action rifles that are used are time-consuming to create, as well as the ammunition. And the swords and shields are also of the finest craft. I believe that some corners might be cut. And perhaps it would be better if these Adarian watch are not dressed as identifiable soldiers. Perhaps disguised as commoners, they could better serve the crown in this mission.
No. They're meant to be identified. Part of the reason of having a force is to be able to show it. And that you are led astray. But I am willing to agree with what you want to propose. I think Rosemont has been more than insightful in the fact that there are bandits that are far too comfortable with their position. And I think that will only continue to hurt and bleed this nation. But I also believe that you need to be willing to give more in order to supply them, to train them, more than just, well, provisions, as you said.
Mm-hmm. What if I, out of the personal stores of my keep, the wealth I had gained in my adventuring years and my services to House Melanith and House Astralore, I could cover half of the costs of my own. It would leave very little in my stores, but this is something I believe would truly help. Would that ease the burden on the crown?
I believe working with half would be a start. Do not forget that you were given the rights over Rosemont.
Of course.
You should already be able to, well, assist in covering costs, given the prize you've received.
Of course. I do not forget that lawful and very gracious decision that the King's Hand made. I do have one final request, though, if you may be willing to accommodate.
I'll listen to it.
You see, I have a writ here, and he kind of takes out a peach parchment, not sealed, but sort of rolled up and put in a leather tube to protect it, and he kind of takes it out and he unrolls it. And you can see that it's the petition that he just described to you, written out very clearly in exact details. And you can see he sort of takes it and he will, with what looks to be like a sort of magical quill, sorry. You can see he sort of rewrites over a part of it, and it like what was there kind of fades away a bit, and the rewrite happens, pretty much changing the 10,000 gold to 5,000 gold from the crown, given that the other 5,000 gold would be covered by the crown, or covered by his personal stores. He makes that addendum in the writ, and he says, as is customary in Adaria, should I arrive with a signed writ by a benefactor of some sort from the court, not only does it carry a great deal of weight as a petitioner, but to the court as well, being present. They see it as a much stronger proposal. If you would be willing, my princess, I think your signature would not only do a great deal to convince the king, but also to convince those in the court that this is the best decision.
I imagine she's just like reading over everything very carefully.
And do not worry about the editing of the document. You see, until it is signed at the bottom, you can freely go and make any revisions you like. But as soon as it is sealed, the ink is as permanent as stone.
I will also be transparent with you, Sir Otis. Due to recent matters, it will also be us that will hear out any petitions. Not my father.
Is this because
I
of
believe
what happened with Rainier?
I believe this may help your case. You already, well, you need to do little to convince me, so to speak. But in terms of what this requires, we are working with a limited budget at this moment. So I can do what I can to help support it. But unless you're able to give more, I can give no full guarantees onto whether or not it will be passed.
I think I have an idea. For one, I'm glad to see that the king trusts his hand with such important duties as petitioners. It is sad to me that you're working with such limited funds. Most things that the kingdom encounters as problems are expensive to solve. But I think with this signed writ, I believe that I could go and speak to a few nobles that I know share an alignment to us, and perhaps I could have all the funding we need by the time I come to petition my case. And then all it needs is the approval of the hand of the king.
I believe that would be preferable. If you're able to secure such support, after all.
I will do everything in my power, princess.
And I think with that, then she will sign it at the bottom. That's what he wanted.
Yep. Xanthi Falkrest. Give him your John Hancock. Yes, you can sign the paper at the bottom. And you can see
Very
that...
fancy signature.
Oh, yes, of course.
It's very nice. Just to let everyone know at home.
You can see that as you sign at the bottom, it's this strange thing that happens to the paper. It's like it goes, the parchment over every single letter. It's like burned in, unable to be edited now that it has been signed. as you read it over again after the signature, just to make sure everything's still there, all still the same, nothing changed when the everything was finalized. He says, that was an artifact that the quill was an artifact I retrieved out from the far east in Mirios, one of the city-states. A very useful tool, I must say. Well,
I see.
and he will take the writ and he'll roll it up and he'll put it in the parchment or in the leather tube and sling it around his shoulder and say, "My princess, I will do everything in my power to ensure that I come as prepared as possible to
Good.
my petition. Thank you for your
See to
support."
it that my trust is not misplaced.
My lady, if my princess, if I may be so bold, I do not think that you have a more ardent supporter within Crown's Rest than me. And he will bow his head, and he will say, "If I am dismissed, I will get to work."
Of course. You may go.
Until stand, princess. And he gives a very, very deep bow. And turn and exit. All right. So with that, as he exits, all political one-on-ones done. The seeds have been sown. And we will just have to see what all of this has in store for us next week as we dive into who is petitioning the crown for what. Will the king's hand choose to approve the petition for more Adarian watch soldiers? What is their next mission? And where will they go and what will they have to do? But that will be next time. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Because that's where we're going to end tonight's session. Forgot to say the part. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to subscribe on YouTube, join the Discord server, follow on Twitch. On Monday is when this session, full session, will be posted on YouTube. On Wednesday or Thursday, depending on how busy my work week is when the abridged version of the session, which is usually anywhere between 40 minutes to an hour, sort of trimmed down the bare minimum you need to be able to know what the heck's going on by the time the next session comes around. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Much love, much kindness. Thank you all. Sticker 21 people right now. What the freaking heck, man? You guys are the freaking best. And I hope you have a freaking great rest of your weekend, guys. What the heck? All right. Thanks so much, everybody.
Just play tomorrow.
Yep. You know, play Monday. Play Tuesday. Why are we stopping?
Cancel life. Or they play.
Everybody get those Monster energy drinks and start. Let's rev up those engines. All right. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time. Oh, thanks, Frank's Frustrated Atheist, first time chatter. It was
Me too, man.
fun. Thanks. Okay. All right. Bye.
See you.